What's going on? Anybody here? I want to say, like, I mean, it's Kai Bude, Paulo Vitor, we've got Shanar. I want to say it's like 5. Isn't Gab also? Gabriel Nassif. Yeah, I mean, it's at least 5 or 6. I'll say C. Yeah. Yeah, and Javier, of course. What? I thought Shanar was world champ. Oh, well. Bane of the Undead, maybe? I haven't actually looked at these mystery boosters. Ghost Haunter. Okay. Oh, lag. Bit of lag. Oh, this music is terrible. Hello, little boy. What happened? What's that? I gave him some candy. Num num. I have no idea. Mauro Sasso. Italian. 30 Childers. No idea. I mean, how could you possibly be so clued into the competitive scene that you know the answer to that? I don't know. All right, here we go. See you guys in a bit.
It is pretty risky here.
This is just about as close as they can get. Goodness. He is completely out of gas.
Oh, there's a time warp!
Brad Barkley is your Zendikar Rising champion, and it looks like he just won some snacks. Unbelievable performance by Arnett Kushenbeth.
Look at the hype!
Sam Pardee is your Strixhaven Championship winner. From 03 to 10-0, Yuta Takahashi is your world champion.
Hey everybody, and welcome to day 2 of competition here for the Innistrad Championship. I hope you are hyped. We've got 126 players back to do battle here on day 2, battling for their share of a $450,000 prize pool in standard And historic for the spot at the top 8, as well as 6 spots in the World Championship. I'm your host this weekend, Maria Bartholdi. I'm joined here at my virtual news desk by 2 of my favorite guys to talk to, Mani Davuti, Corey Baumeister. They know Magic. They love talking about it. Mani, what are you most excited for today?
Maria, I'm just excited for the insane field of competitors we have left for this day 2. The amount of talent that we have at the top of these tables is just incredible, and I can't wait to watch them play it out.
Absolutely. The top names that we have on our leaderboard is just wild. We'll take a look at it in a second. Corey, what are you excited for?
I'm excited to see more of those reactions like the intro video we just watched. It's so exciting seeing players just be so hyped when they make it to the top 8, when they win an event, something like that. That's what it's all about for me.
I know, I love it so much too. And we're going to see it today, of course, because we're going to find out what our top 8 looks like. Let's take a look at our schedule for this tournament so you can kind of see where we've been, where we have yet to go. Mani, what happened yesterday?
Maria, we kicked the tournament off yesterday with 7 rounds of Swiss, 3 historic in the morning, before we swapped over to standard in the afternoon for the last 4 rounds.
And today we're going to give you a little bonus treat here. We're adding an extra round of historic to our first 4, and then we'll be closing out with 4 rounds of standard to figure out our top 8.
Yeah, and then tomorrow it is our top 8. It is all historic, all the time. It is double elimination. And besides just crowning our Innistrad champion, we're also going to send 6 people to the World Championship, which is huge. Well, if you missed any of the action yesterday, and there was a lot of it, it was an awesome day of Magic. We've got a recap for you right now. 252 players started out on the path to the top 8. We started the day with an incredible matchup, a rerun of the Pro Tour Kyoto final of 2009, featuring Hall of Famers Luis Scott Vargas and Gabriel Nassif, Nassif winning handily. On to round 2 we went, and it was our first look at reigning world champion Yuta Takahashi, who continued his winning ways against the VML standout Arya Karam Chandani. We wrapped up historic in round 3, where Li Shitian's Goblins got thoroughly jundified by Jakub Toth, giving Toth the perfect 3-0 start. As we switched formats, 32 players were undefeated, including plenty of familiar names. On to standard we went, and we opened with Brad Nelson and Toru Inoue, a match featuring Mono Green Aggro and Is It Epiphany that went the way of the USA.
Do you think it's finally time to pass the torch?
As I'm the competitor and he's the commentator? No!
Next up was Sam Pardee and Raph Levy trying to keep their records going. Only one could, and it was Levy taking the deciding game. 2 rounds to go, and the perfect records were dwindling fast. Here we saw a Mono Green slugfest with Germany's Christian Houck claiming the spoils. And before you knew it, we were into the last round, where so many players at 3-3 were fighting for their tournament lives. Luca Magni comes back, Kyle Rose does not. And so Tim Mcsavony and Christian Houck lead the way, undefeated. Now 12 wins is the magic number, as the race for the first top 8 of the season concludes. And that is a look at some highlights from yesterday. Wow, there was some really great stuff. Let's take a look at our leaderboard before we begin the action today and find out where we're at. 2 players left undefeated in the tournament. Tim Mcsavony and Christian Houck, both 7-0, pacing the field. Mani, what else stands out to you here?
Maria, I am counting world champions. Yuta Takahashi, 1. Shahar Shenhar, 2 and 3. Kai Buddha, 4. William Jensen, 5 in our top 16 alone. That is insane.
Absolutely unbelievable. Really, really cool stuff. Let's take a look at the second page of standings here. Corey, what stands out to you here?
Yeah, absolutely. If you want stars at the top of the standings, well, you are going to get it today. We got Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa there. Austin Bursavich is in there. Simon Gertzen, one of our old co-workers, as well as Andrea Mangucci with a 5-2 record. So still a ton of great players.
Yeah, this is really, really exciting to see so many top names here at the top of the standings. Well, yesterday when we started the tournament, we had 252 players who all qualified through all sorts of various different means to get here to play in the tournament this weekend. Let's take a look at the path to victory here and find out how we did on conversion in these different categories, Mani.
Yeah, Maria, the big things that stand out to me, some surprising, some not. Well, MPL and Rivals, the leagues, they converted incredibly well. No surprise there. Some of the very best players in the world are part of those leagues, so incredible conversion from them. But for Magic the Gathering Arena, pretty disappointing considering they made up the biggest chunk of our field coming into the tournament. Only about a 1/3 conversion is something that's pretty disappointing for them.
And Corey, what stands out to you looking at these numbers here?
Well, definitely the thing that stands out the most is the MPL and Rivals converting like some 75%-ish there. That is pretty incredible, but you know, players that have been playing for the last 3-4 years and playing a ton of Magic, not too surprising that they're good at Magic, Maria.
Absolutely. And they are proving it here this week. And that's a look at the path to victory. Welcome back to the news desk. Well, we're kicking off the morning with Historic. And Monty is our Historic expert. He's going to tell us what's in the format and take a look at the metagame.
Yeah, Maria, for those that missed it, Historic is Magic Arena's eternal format, non-rotating. Historic features nearly every card printed in the last few years on Magic Arena, which means there's a massive card pool, and that card pool is what directly contributed to the super diverse metagame we have this weekend. No individual deck over 16% of the field, and it really demonstrated yesterday when we got to watch those 3 Historic rounds. There were so many different matchups, so much cool gameplay, and I'm just stoked to see more of it today.
Yeah, we have an awesome metagame for this tournament and really cool to see it here on the big stage after a few months where we haven't had a lot of Historic action at this level of play. Well, let's take a look at our feature match here. We've got round number 8 in Historic. We're, of course, going to be watching our 2 undefeated players, Tim Mcsavony and Christian Houck. Dimir Control versus Celestia Humans. Let's get to meet our players a little bit more. Tim's story is absolutely unbelievable. He's a limited player, and look at this, undefeated in a constructed tournament. He qualified for this tournament in October, and here he is playing. This could be you. This could be you, everybody. Also spent a lot of time in Tanzania in his life, which is pretty cool. Here's a look at Christian Houck. Rivals player, started playing in 1995, so he's been around the game for a long time. Said this is the most relaxed he's ever been playing in a tournament and attributes his success to that fact. No stress for Christian Houck. We'll see if that can continue today with an undefeated record. Let's take a look at these decks. Monty, talk to me about this matchup.
Yeah, you know, Christian Houck brought the more popular deck, but for Tim Mcsavony, Dimir Control here in Historic, not a deck that we're seeing too much of this weekend or really much in the past, but this deck is actually a pretty sweet traditional control deck. We see a lot of removal for Fatal Push, we see a lot of counter spells, including the new standout control card, Archmage's Charm, and you know, this deck really looks like it is actually trying to target decks that brought creatures like this Celestia Humans deck that we see in the hands of Christian Houck. This was the most played deck in the field, so we're seeing some of the reasons for success for Tim, and this deck is terrifying. We see Esper Sentinel to start off the curve, and then Thalia's Lieutenant and Thalia, as well as that Ranger Captain of Eos, just some of the standout cards that make up the insane aggro bursts of this deck before you land one of those collected companies and amp up the pressure.
All right, I'm super excited to see how this plays out. It's time now for our caster predictions and take a look at our records from yesterday and see how we did. Oof, well, I'm not doing so hot here. Corey, you're leading the way. Who do you pick this round?
Not bad, not bad. Well, I want to go back to what you were saying about Christian. I would be relaxed as well if I had a 72% win rate in Historic. That is insane. So pretty much on that percentage alone, I'm going with Christian Houck.
All right, you're picking Houck. How about you, Monty?
Maria, I'm a little surprised Corey's record didn't get reset overnight, but I'm going to talk to production about that later. I'm going to actually go with Tim. I think Dimir Control is ready for creature decks, and I've got faith in this deck.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Tim as well. I think as a creature player, I never want to sit across from somebody playing anything resembling Dimir Control ever in my life. We've got round number 8 coming up. Let's take a look at the casters who will be hanging out with you this weekend. Of course, there's us here, us goofs on the news desk. We've also got Ailey Loney, Paul Cheon, Cedric Phillips, and Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth to bring you all the action from the feature match area. Round number 8 is on the way. I'm going to toss it over to Ailey and Cedric. Take it away.
much, Maria Aililoni alongside Cedric Phillips to kick off the day here in historic fashion, because we are of course playing historic and we have to determine who is going to continue on as the undefeated player. Cedric, now tell me a bit about this matchup. What do you expect to see from the Selesnya deck as well as Dimir Control?
Well, for Christian Houck, as always, beatdowns is the name of the game, and for Tim, he's going to try to stop that from happening, of course. Now, this is kind of interesting. Both of these stories for these players are unique. You saw for Christian Houck, a member of the MPL, always playing aggressive strategies, green-white here. Of course, in Historic, we've got mono-green over in Standard. Perhaps we'll see more of him in Standard over the course of the day. But for this Selesnya Humans deck, the most popular of the Historic decks, but is it the best of the bunch? It was certainly the one that players prepared for, as Houck is probably going to be taking a mulligan to 5 here in just a moment. And Tim Mcsavony has come prepared with a lot of removal spells, a lot of counter spells, and just a couple of win conditions. For Houck, I think it's imperative that he wins game number 1 in order to win this match, because he doesn't have much to sideboard in. But a mulligan of 5 says that's going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, those opening hands were not great, but Esper Sentinel into Talia, Guardian of Thraben, is a very nice start indeed. A second Esper Sentinel. These cards could help get him back into this, just to negate that difference there, having to send 2 cards back. Esper Sentinel is going to chip in here for 1 point of damage, and Tim is just going to happily do Dimir Control things and send that Behold the Multiverse into the Foretell Zone. There's land number 3, so we are able to essentially eliminate the hand here of Christian Houck, as everything is on the board now.
Literally cannot draw up a better 5-card hand. If you're Christian Houck, it's not possible. This could not have gone better.
Yeah.
If you tried, you're going to draw cards from Esper Sentinel. These Archmage's Charms are terrible. The Shark Typhoon's terrible. Hullbreaker Horror could be any card. It's horrible. There's no time to cast Behold the Multiverse. And Vraska's Contempt is also bad. And that's a really good draw.
That's a great draw.
This is outrageous.
This is
outrageous. Let's just fire up the advantage bar early. Let's just fire up the advantage bar early for Christian Houck. On a mulligan to 5, just a perfect hand.
Incredible stuff. This is what he needed. That mulligan was terrifying, but found the right 5 cards. And it's just drawn superbly. Here comes Hamlet Vanguard. It's going to hit the board and be a, what now, 2, 4, 6, 8, a 9/9?
Trigger Thalia's Lieutenant as well. I mean, there's got to be a spell played in response here. It looks like it's going to be Fatal Push, and of course that's going to trigger Esper Sentinels, plural.
Yeah, 2 cards. Here you go. Those cards you mulled, you get them back. Collected Company and a Plains.
So that's also rather humorous too, right? Because the Collected Company is now castable. Thalia was going to make it a little more expensive, but now it's doable. So no time to cast that card.
No,
can't do that. Can't do that.
You're going to be a little dead.
I mean, my gosh.
No 4th land either. Vraska's Contempt could possibly keep him alive, but not even. There's a 7/7. What are you supposed to do? Archmage's Charm is going to nick one of these Esper Sentinels just to get in the way here. This is desperate do or die time here for Tim Mcsavony.
And remember, this Archmage's Charm is going to trigger those Sentinels, so not 1, but 2 cards headed over that way. We'll see if Houck has any interest in playing a Collected Company here in response to the Esper Sentinel or not. You just want to say that's fine, because it's going to have to block the Hamlet Vanguard anyway. So Esper Sentinel is just going to kind of get flattened. You take 4 points of damage. Now, Houck does have the ability here to say, again, Company in response, because you could trigger Thalia's Lieutenant. You could also find Thalia's Lieutenant, stuff like that. So there's a little bit of consideration right now, and especially when you're giving your opponent the Esper Sentinel. If you cast Collected Company, it's going to trigger for your opponent. But now you just let the damage resolve. You can play Esper Sentinel post. You can play Ranger of Eos post, or Ranger Captain of Eos, excuse me, post. Or you can just leave a Company. I mean, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable beating.
Unbelievable indeed. That's the power of the Selesnya Company deck. And Christian Houck definitely bought the beatdowns. He told me he likes attacking, and we saw it there. That deck performed exactly how it needed to in game number 1 here against Dimir Control. But let's talk about the Dimir Control deck. What does he go to now? After sideboarding, what's going to give him the edge?
Well, here's some good news here for Tim. He's got a lot of cards to sideboard in. You can see the graphic assisting and showing that. You see Shark Typhoon, Soul Shatter, Noxious Grasp, Davriel's Withering, Witch's Vengeance. It's just more goodies. And on the opposite side of things for Houck, almost nothing to sideboard in. These Brutal Cathars are pretty poor, so those are going to go out. Redain and Valorous Dance are coming in, so this is why I said it was really important for Houck to win the first game, because he doesn't have much to bring to the sideboarded games, and for him to mulligan to 5, have that draw, and more or less steal that game is absolutely huge for him. So kudos to Christian Houck there, and we'll see if Tim can put something together.
Gosh.
But perhaps it's his turn to do some mulliganing.
What is up with these opening hands here for Houck? This looks exactly the same as the other one we just saw.
It's early. It's early. You're getting the engine
Where are
revved
the
up.
lands? Yeah, come on.
Now, Houck's hand here on the draw, I don't care for particularly much because he doesn't really have a 1-drop to get the party started. Doesn't mean that I would mulligan down to 5, but I could certainly rationalize it, right? Because your first play is turn 2 on the draw, and it's not one of your best plays on turn 2 on the draw like a Thalia would be, right? So, and you're kind of gutted with 3 mana spells and don't have a third land. I could see mulliganing to 5 here. It would make some sense to me.
Hey, it worked out well for him in the first round, on the first game.
It sure did. Boy, did it ever.
Oh, goodness. Let's see. Big thanks here for Christian Houck. Does he like this hand enough to keep it, or is he going to take a gamble, risk the mulligan, and see how the cards line up? On the other side of things, Tim is on a mulligan to 1, as Consider, Censor, Archmage's Charm, and Behold the Multiverse. So, a ton of stuff to do there. The hand does get sent back, and this looks a little better.
I like the mulligan here. You're going to keep this hand. You have 3 lands. What card you want to send back is negotiable. I like that and maybe the Aspirant. I'm not sure if I want to keep Aspirant or Collected Company. I definitely want to keep Thalia. Okay, looks like he's going to put one of these lands back. Okay.
Okay, so early plays and something to work towards in that Collected Company. So we're going to kick things off here. Fabled Passage down on the board for Tim. And Temple Garden is going to come in tapped for Christian Houck as we get things underway.
Well, there's your first of many removal spells, and also Censor is going to play the role of a removal spell here in this game as well.
Yeah. Talia threatening on the stack, and that's the quickest Censor I've ever seen. No thank you very much. Get out of here.
That's not going to happen.
Behold the Multiverse Foretold. Shipwreck Marsh comes on down. Consider available here for Tim. On the other side of things, Valorous Stance is in hand. Luminarch Aspirant is going to hit the battlefield here and start getting counters. Now there is a Fatal Push, so an excellent answer for this very annoying 2-drop.
Oh, that's a perfect draw step there in the islands. Now you get the opportunity to go. You have the opportunity here to go push an Archmage's Charm your Collected Company, and that just makes this game extremely hard to win here for Houck on a mulligan to 5. And even
the Multiverse,
even casting this and leaving the window open for company, you already have 1 removal spell in Noxious Grasp. You're drawing 2 cards. Your deck is full of removal spells, so you'll probably find another one. So even if company does resolve, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, certainly not. Now, does Christian pull the trigger here? Is he going to fire off this Collected Company? Or is he going to try and get to a point where he can Coco into a Valorous Stance to protect something from the likes of Noxious Grasp, Fatal Push, all the other pieces of removal?
Yeah, we're going to see the company in response here. Those are fine enough cards, but they're not the scariest of cards.
Yeah, it's 2/2s. They'll do. Torrential Gearhulk, not the noxious kind. Just considering that, but a couple extra lands would be quite nice here for Tim before that even becomes a consideration. It'll stay on top, though. The draw is going to be Davriel's Withering, and we're going to give one of these creatures -1, -2 perpetually.
See you later.
Behold, Multiverse is the draw here for Tim. Going to pass the turn back. Ranger Captain of Eos here for Christian Houck. And that's a pretty good card against the likes of this removal-heavy deck, but Archmage's Charm is going to say no thank you very much.
Yeah,
Away
don't think you can let that one resolve. You got a lot of life to work with here as well, falling down into just 18 from that attack. So
it's a stark contrast from the first game, where at this point he was dead, pretty much.
Yes, yes. So this is an opportunity to use your life total as a resource. Don't have to panic too much. You don't really know what the last card in your opponent's hand is, but ultimately I don't think you're terribly worried about it either. So this is an opportunity to draw a couple cards, find some land drops. And the goal in the short term here is just, once I get to Torrential Gearhulk, this game's almost certainly over.
Yeah.
Because that card's so powerful. So let's just make sure I can find land. 5 and 6 and get to that big creature.
The massive body on the battlefield, it's a recast of an instant in the graveyard, so you got to think as soon as that thing hits the battlefield, it's lights out for Christian Houck, who is still just going to keep chipping away. Here we're going to see Censor Cycled, Witch's Vengeance, a good old board wipe, and a Vraska's Contempt. We don't see this card very often, or played very often, I should say, but it is absolutely excellent at removing and stabilizing your life total.
Houck's past 2 draw steps were lands number 6 and 7. None of those are creature lands, of course, so far from what he is looking for. Here is Torrential Gearhulk now, and now this game has become a real problem for our Selesnya Humans player.
It is at that. Torrential Gearhulk's going to go off to Behold the Multiverse. We'll see Talia's Lieutenant get some... we'll see Valorous Stance killing the Torrential Gearhulk, so we'll get through for the damage there.
Yeah, just a couple more points through. You do have some nice options here with this Behold the Multiverse. Do you want more card drawing? Do you want more removal in Shadow's Verdict? You've already got removal spells in your hand, so I could see Verdict going to the bottom, Behold staying on top, because you do have so much life to work with. But really, there's no wrong way to eat this Reese's. You are super, super far ahead. Something is going to have to go really wrong to lose this game, and I just don't foresee that happening when you have this much removal. And on the turns where your opponent doesn't do anything, you can activate Castle Vantress.
Yeah. It's just, a complete lockout at this point for Houck in terms of just threatening the life total here. I mean, these draws have been terrible, absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
And he's about to lose his only creature, Noxious Grasp, so we'll see how long he wants to continue this game, but looks like we're going to go to game number 3 very, very shortly.
There's a way to close it out if you do want to go that route. Hall Storm Giants. No need to get terribly aggressive with that card. You have such a enormous lead. The only thing that you can really lose to is back-to-back collected companies in theory is really what I'm thinking right now, and that's not really a realistic concern. So in the meantime, little Scry 2.
Yeah, well, there's Tim Mcsavony's Oyster at the moment, Archmage's Charm and Parasitic Grasp on the top of the library here. Will they remain there, courtesy of Castle Vantress? They will indeed.
Yeah, that's just an enormous, enormous advantage right now for Tim Mcsavony, who I know our desk team talked about at the top before this match, primarily a limited player.
Yeah.
Not sure if he's a big Dimir fan of limited or not. I suppose in specific or certain formats you can be.
Blue-black has been real good in the last few sets.
Yeah, it has been.
The one thing I had a good chuckle about in his player profile is that he absolutely hates constructed formats. Now, I've figured out why he's winning so much, Cedric. It's because he doesn't want to play any more constructed than he has to. So he's just going to keep winning.
Just get the rounds over with as fast as possible. Get to those 12 wins and get out of here.
And be done, yeah. That's a great, great approach to this.
Look, if that's the recipe for success, I suppose I'm going to have to try it pretty soon. He has certainly made things look a lot easier in this particular game. That first game, that was really something that mulliganified that Christian Houck was able to run away with that game with. And so as we work ourselves through these kind of ending turns of game number 2, it is notable that Selesnya Humans will be on the play for game 3. We'll get there when we get to it. But this is what it's got to look like for Dimir in this matchup. You just have total control over the battlefield, and you have too much card advantage. So the longer the game goes, the more advantageous it is for Dimir. You just have to get to this stage.
Yeah. And you see the difference. Christian Houck is top deck mode, essentially. Whereas on the other side, Tim has so many things he can do. He can counter stuff, he can kill stuff, he can scry. The advantage bar is 100% correct right now. It's just a matter of getting this game over and done with.
If I could put it higher, I would. If I could have it blow through the graphic, I would. If I could set the whole screen on fire on Tim's side, I would. Like NBA Jam style, I would do that.
We'll have to put in a request with production for that. Oh my goodness.
Another removal spell.
How would you like to kill this creature, Tim? Okay, there's a Coco.
Oh, hey, here's a card to counter.
It's gonna be a no-co, though.
Yeah.
Coco and no-go with this nope in Tim's hand.
There's a way to win.
Yeah, let's... Oh, hard cost Shark Typhoon. We haven't asked for that in so long.
Here we go.
Come on. Hard cost. Tim.
Actually, there's enough mana to hard cast in some Archmage's Charm. So if we're just going to go full fun mode, then sure.
Yeah. Please? For us? Oh. Disappointment goes on the stack.
And that's why he's 7-0.
Yep. Fun. You want to have fun? Tim is out here to win and is doing a very good job here in game number 2 against Christian Houck, who is just drawing lands off the top of the library. Allenbach Escort can chip away 18 turn clock. You got it, buddy. But nope, there's a big ol' Hole of Storm Giants and a Shark ready to pounce.
Oh, I like it. Allenbach Escort coming in, looking to give Tim a little taste. Come on in, buddy.
Just a love
Come
tap.
on in. Just a little taste.
Oh no. So Christian Houck now holding those planes. Bluffing something.
Hey!
Oh, we're gonna see it? Come on, Tim. Do it for us. Oh,
Okay. Gonna flex on him. All right.
Tim, you have won the heart of the people. Esper Sentinel, the draw there for Christian Houck, and he's had enough.
That's the one that broke Christian. It was the hard cast Shark Type when he said, you know what? It's not all these lands I've drawn. It's not that I have no chance to win. It's that enchantment. No more.
It's the shark that broke the camel's back. As we're going to go to game number 3 here. Christian is going to be on the play, so is going to look for an absolutely explosive start once that perfect curve wants to get to Collected Company without Tim having an answer for all those threats. So yeah, let's jump in and see how game number 3 goes here between these two players. Any predictions, Cedric?
Well, aggro player on the play in this matchup is where you want to be. You want to go. He already beat me to it. You want to go 1-2-3 against this deck. You want to hope that Dimir Control kind of stumbles and fumbles a little bit out of the gate. And as you can see with Tim's hand, it's not the fastest of hands. You know, it's got to contend with Esper Sentinel and now Thalia. You know, his first land enters the battlefield tapped, so now you get to play a land. You can go double 1-drop here if you want to, another Sentinel plus Escort, or you can just play Thalia, which this means that you're going to draw a card off a Sentinel. So this is how you want it to look.
Heck yeah. Esper Sentinel getting in for 1 point of damage. Nothing going yet for Tim as we pass the turn back to Christian. Draws a Luminarch Aspirant. I think it's time we put some counters on some things here.
Yeah, this starts the nuts. This is just like game 1, except you have 7 cards instead of 5. This is just... You got to respond and kill Thalia. That means you're going to draw a card of Esper Sentinel. Luminarch Aspirant's going to put a counter on Esper Sentinel, which means you're going to draw another card off of it because it's a 2-power creature, and you already have another one of those. So you're probably just going to be drawing 2 cards for every spell now. And if Tim doesn't draw a 3rd land, which he didn't, we're done! We're done!
Oh, no.
Okay, we're back live-ish. That land entering the battlefield tap's not great.
He needs to get to 5 for Shadow's Verdict, or he's toast. So
I have a feeling Redain's going to have something to say about it.
Yeah, Redain's kind of nasty when it comes to 4 CMC spells. She's going to hit the battlefield here.
An old Allenbach Escort. Just kind of like a little fun of that's hanging out here. Some relevant text.
Yeah, just going to give anything that has a counter on it indestructible and lifelink. So perhaps we put that on Redain this turn. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yep.
Oh, and for the ouchies, here comes the attack down to 13 goes Tim. Didn't fire off that Consider. And doesn't have much of a chance at this point.
And that's so tough, right? Because you want to fire off Consider to be able to find lands, but you fire off a Consider, you get to draw a card, but your opponent gets to draw 2 cards? And now they're, oh boy. Well,
that would have been his 2nd spell, so he wouldn't have had to pay for.
Oh, no, you're right. I apologize. Yeah. Here's a Noxious Grasp.
It's going to take care of one of the Sentinels. Oh, gosh. He could pay 1. Feels bad.
Does feel bad.
The land of the Hamlet Vanguard. That guy's going to be ginormous again. Ouch.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. It hurts. It hurts. Hamlet Vanguard's going to hit the board. There's a 7/7. Oh, you have a Hall of the Storm Giants. Hold my beer. Basically, is what the Hamlet Vanguard's saying. For 3 mana. A 7/7 for 3 mana. Now you can see why that card's included here. Is there any outs here for Tim? Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't really look like it. This is the exact reason that you play Selesnya Humans. It starts like this. The Sentinel plus Thalia starts are so good. They're so good. They demand answers, and when you're answering, it takes up a lot of your mana, and it allows the Selesnya Humans player to draw cards. It's extremely difficult. And we saw this be good enough on 5 cards in game 1. It's even harder when it's a 7-card hand in game 3.
Luminarch
We're gonna put this
Aspirant.
counter.
Oh gosh, we're gonna steal something here? Yeah, let's just bring that over here. So similar to what we saw in game 1, Esper Sentinel will jump in the way of the biggest creature, being the Hamlet Vanguard.
It's gonna be 4, 5,
That's
6.
still a lot of damage.
You have to if you're Christian right now, you have to think about Fatal Push or some sort of 1-mana removal spell, and just like how it works itself into the equation right now. I think this makes a lot of sense attacking, but there's a reason he didn't attack with everything right away. It's because it is worth considering. And so now you're able to get through all this damage. That's 4, 5, 6. Get your opponent down to 1. Here is the consider. I'm just trying to think of what Tim could draw.
I don't know. There's no cheap. I mean, Witch's Vengeance? That wouldn't help though, because these creatures are so big. Graven Inspector hits the board, gonna investigate, finds a clue. What are we drawing? Another land. So big pocket of lands off the top of the library for Christian, but at this point you gotta think it doesn't really matter. Consider finds a Fatal Push. Fatal Push plus Parasitic Grasp. He'd be at 4. I don't see a way out for him here.
Winning that first game in this match, so important for many reasons, right? The sideboard games don't get particularly good for you, but one thing when you're playing an aggressive deck against a control deck that has this much removal, this much interaction, counter spells, Gearhawks, whatever, is you want to give yourself the best opportunity to win. What's the best way to do that? Be on the play for game 3. And it sounds simple and borderline reductive, but there are times when it's just like, look, my matchup's not good, but one thing I do have the advantage of is I just get to go first and just go 1, 2, 3. And sometimes that's good enough. And in this instance, it was.
More than good enough, as Christian Houck remains the only undefeated player at 8-0. Cedric, he is 4 wins away from blocking up that top 8 spot. What a great position to be in.
Christian Houck is kind of my spirit animal for this tournament. Given beatdowns in both formats, I love Mono Green and Standard, hasn't lost there. Love Selesnya Humans in Historic, hasn't lost there. So Christian Houck, spirit animal, it's great to meet you. Can't wait to commentate on more of your matches as you just keep attacking people with white creatures and green creatures. Yes, please.
Yes, please, indeed. When we come back after this short break, my friends, we are going to catch up with Reed Duke and Sam Pardee as they duke it out here in Historic.
Rakdos Arcanist, Jeskai Control. Nice. Guys, quick announcement for anyone who's watching right now. Otherwise, I'll just keep repeating it at some points during the chat as well.
The goal is to decimate your opponent's
After this?
hand using cards like Thoughtseize and Kroxa Titan of Death's Hunger, as well as Dreadhorde Arcanist to flash back the discard spells you've already cast.
In South Africa, where I am now, there is a thing called load shedding, which means there is not enough electricity for the... Anyway, I'm not going to bore you. Basically, my area is going to have a blackout power outage that lasts 2 hours, which is going to happen in about an hour and a half. So it's 7:30 now. It happens at 10. Fortunately, I'm running this stream on a laptop, so my battery will continue to run the stream for about another hour after the energy of the whole neighborhood goes out. But then after that, the stream will die. Don't worry, as soon as the electricity comes back on, I will fire up the stream again. I'll probably only lapse about half an hour between part 1 and part 2 when the battery of the laptop is out and the electricity. So yeah, just a quick little announcement. I'm afraid that's just the way it is. There's nothing I can do about it. If I ever get rich enough, I'll invest in a UPS. Wow. Paulo Vitor is playing Is It both in Historic and in Standard. What's up, David?
It's a crazy Monday. I know it shows.
I wish they would change the playlist. Like it's every single tournament the same tracks. For now, like 3 in a row that I've watched. It's kind of cheesy. My wife made dumplings. Yum, 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 yum. And also have the dipping sauce, please. Thank you. Dip, dip, dip. Hey, hey, brother. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you're well. Good to have you. Just having a quick homemade dumpling. All right, we're jumping into the games. This is going to be a good one.
Teferi Hero of Dominaria backed up by a powerful, cheap, instant answer suite in cards like Archmage's Charm and Lightning Helix allows Jeskai Control to be ready for any threat.
Nice. That Lightning
Jeskai
Helix
Control
is
is certainly
crazy.
going to need to be ready for any threat because Rakdos Arcanist packs a bunch of them. Ailey Lonnie alongside Cedric Phillips, and we are jumping straight back into the historic action here. It is going to be Reed Duke up against Sam Pardee, and I'm looking forward to this one, Cedric. These are 2 archetypes. Okay, I prefer Rakdos Arcanist.
These guys are
because
so good.
I'm not a fan of Teferi, but Jeskai Control is kind of fun to watch in historic. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, Jeskai Control is a fun and interesting deck to watch in this particular format.
All right, guys.
I actually like both these decks. I know we're not seeing
See you on
fuzzy
the other
Helix
end.
beatdowns, kind of thing that I'm known for and I like, of course. But these decks have a lot of decisions, 2 great players making those decisions, which of course leads to some pretty fun and enjoyable games in front of us as well. And what I expect to be, truth be told, a pretty kind of long and drawn out affair between the 2 of them because there is so much interaction. There's discard, there's Croxus running around, card drawing on Pardee's side, Teferi, all that jazz. So this one should be pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this as both players get their opening hands sorted out. Blood Crypts are going to enter the battlefield untapped, and Inquisition of Kozilek. We'll take a look and see exactly what Sam Pardee is working with. There's a Lightning Helix. It's great at removing the Dreadhorde Arcanists, Flame Blast Bolt, and the Archmage's Charm. So that is going to get picked out there. The Lightning Helix will no longer be a problem, at least for the time being.
And this is one of the first things I want to talk about in this matchup here, Ailey, which is take a look at Sam Pardee's deck list. He does have 4 copies of Lightning Helix to be able to manage Dreadhorde Arcanist, but past that, he has some severe difficulty with getting this creature off the battlefield. Flame Blast Bolt, isn't going to get the job done. Unholy Heat can get the job done, depending, of course, on Delirium and all that other stuff. But for the most part, if you're able to clear a path for Dreadhorde Arcanist, like Reed has done thus far this game, life is pretty good. So discard spell into Arcanist is a great place to be, and that looks like where Reed is.
This is just, oh my gosh, this is the perfect start here for the Arcanist deck. Just being able to rip apart this hand. I know rip apart is not the card we'll see in play here, but, you know, Inquisition of Kozilek following up that Thoughtseize is going to take another look and get rid of Expressive Iteration. Now, one thing that we don't have on Pardee's side is a white producing land at this point. Does have that treasure, so we'll be able to get something going, but he's gonna have to hope that the top of his deck is kind to him.
Well, there's the one of fun of in Anger of the Gods to get that off the battlefield. Well, one good top deck deserves another.
Oh my goodness. All right, so Dreadhorde Arcanist back on the board. You saw nothing. It totally didn't die there. Rogan Triumph is the draw there off the cycle of the Censor. And there's land 3 finally for Reed Duke, but he hasn't seemed to need it at this point. He's just doing his thing.
Yeah, the Arcanist aspect of this game is going well for Reed now. You see the discard spells that are in the graveyard. You can fire this one off, take care of that Flame Blast Bolt if you'd like to. It looks like Sam's going to fire this off, deal 2 damage there because he'd prefer to have that card in the graveyard. So, well, I guess it's all the same, right? The discard spell is going to take it either way. So it's all the same. It's all the same. Now, there's a Helix to take care of the Arcanist. Again, that's his cleanest way of getting that creature off the battlefield. For Reed, if you're able to draw a land here for Sorin, you could run away with the game that way, but has not found land number 4. So we're going to kind of work ourselves into a bit of a top decking war. Can't say there's an advantage for either player right now, but if I was forced to move the advantage bar,
Yes.
I would say
Pardee.
I would say minor advantage Pardee because does have access to 5 mana right now, and that leads to a very powerful planeswalker if drawn.
No, not a fairy. Don't. Okay, good. It's a land.
Okay. That's kind of a whole. That was kind of okay. Mist-ish.
Fairy? No.
Nope.
Okay, we found the lands. Here they come.
Well, we know
more lands.
We know who's got the planeswalker first.
Mm-hmm. Soren the Mirthless is going to join the party, but I've heard he's a bit of a party pooper. Let's see what he can find, or if we're going to go for the 2/3 vampire.
So emo is
So emo. The life of the party. Oh, goodness.
Sam, he's flooding out right now, right? Little frustrating.
Definitely.
All part of it. I'll say this. His top decks are enormous right now.
Yeah.
As far as the cards that he can draw. Magma Opus, Teferi Hero Dominaria, Torrential Gearhulk, Mystic's Mastery. Those are all really good cards to draw. Archmage's Charm is a really good card to draw. So though he has run into some lands right now, he has some very good draws. Though this Hive of the Eye Tyrant taking the Magma's Opus out of the graveyard means that Mystic's Mastery, not that great of a draw, but this is a good one.
Yeah, Expressive Iteration, just being able to dig through. There is the Torrential Gearhulk you mentioned, a couple of lands to boot. And we'll be able to cast that Gearhulk in response to a Hive of the Eye Tyrant activation if that's the route that Reed Duke goes with this next attack.
Yeah, it doesn't take much for Sam to get back in this game. An Expressive Iteration turned this game around for him in a big way, and the Gearhulk could turn it around in a massive way because it's about to be cast.
Croxa Titan of Death's Hunger on the stack here. Sam Pardee will respond to the Croxa triggers. What are we going for here in the graveyard? The Helix. Flame Blast Bolt. No juicy targets though, like that big powerful instant that you mentioned.
Interesting.
What are we going for?
So Flame Blast Bolt, you could target Croxa.
Yeah, would exile it.
It would exile it.
That's cheeky.
It's like super adorable. It's actually it's pretty good right now, I think. Yeah. So
don't know if Reed has enough to escape it, but just getting that off the board.
Yeah, just for good. And that actually plays pretty well here. So we're heading Sam's way, advantage style.
Mm-hmm.
Gearhulk on the battlefield, and again, the top decks are enormous right now for him. This is the scariest thing when you're playing this Arcanist deck, and I know that our wonderful booth team has mentioned this quite a bit, and Paul Cheon as well. This Arcanist deck, it's really good at grinding the game into this position, but the thing that it has extreme difficulty doing is closing a game quickly. So while Reed has been in a fairly advantageous position as far as all this discard, having a Planeswalker first.
It's over. You
Yeah.
want to know why?
Talk to me.
Because Soren deals 13 damage.
We ultimate?
We were on ultimate.
No, did I miss that?
Soren sneakily got up to 7 loyalty, and the Hive of the Eye Tyrant jumped in the way there of the Gearhulk. There was a second one to boot, so he would have just smacked him for 3, and then boop, Soren domes you for 13.
So then interesting question.
Mm-hmm. Would it have been better to ping the Soren?
Well, yeah. So the Flame Blast Bolt went after the the Flame Blast Bolt goes after the Croxa, right? For the exile play that we talked about.
Yep.
Is it better to have done something else with that Torrential Gearhulk then? Did Sam make a mistake? When I think of these two players, obviously I don't think of really mistakes being made and missing something like this.
I'm just gonna put it down to manlands. You always forget about them.
Okay.
Sneaky little.
Okay. Because I wasn't expecting Soren to just go upstairs and say, "Hey, this Sam's life total is pretty good. Now this game is all over all of a sudden," which is why I was making the point that this deck couldn't close it out, and all of a sudden Soren's dealing 13 points of damage.
Yeah,
so,
he just needs 3 turns to get ticked up to 7, and then boom.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So game number 2, Sam needs to get the W here against Reed Duke. What does he bring in? What's going to help him in this matchup?
I like Shark Typhoons. I like an additional copy of Anger of the Gods. I don't care for Mystical Dispute. Like Narset. like Portable Hole, needs more ways to take care of Arcanist because you saw Arcanist's impact on that game.
Can also now Proxa. That's fun.
That's my first. I don't know about you. That's my first Sorin Ultimate.
It is mine as well. Yes.
That's my first one. It's my first time seeing it actually happen. Less emo than I thought. That is really interesting how that game unfolded.
Game number 2. Let's see if we can do it again. Reed Duke will be very happy with that, I'm sure.
Feels like he stole one.
Yeah. I mean, what?
Oh, this draw again? Jeez.
There's not that many ways that that Sam's deck can deal with Planeswalkers, though. And if they get out of hand, I mean, he's got spot removal.
He's got some ways, right? He's got Unholy Heat. He's got. That's why I'm so like taken aback that like Sorin dealt 13. It's like he's got like Helix that can kind of check it a little bit. He's got Unholy Heat with Delirium. Like he's. I won't say he has a ton of ways, but he's got enough ways to kind of interact with it a little bit.
Yeah. I start ripping apart the hand here again. Sorry, go for it.
Yeah, no, the one thing that Reed's deck does so well is just clear away for Arcanist. You're just seeing it again this game, right? Discard spell plus this, and Sam's basically on Helix or Bust it in some respects. I suppose Archmage's Charm can just take it. Give me that. Well, no, actually, no 1 power. No, one or less casting cost. Excuse me. So how are we going to manage this now? This game.
Well, Reed is quite happy to just keep going after the hand here. Archmage's Charm, Unholy Heat, targeted by the Inquisition. So there goes one of the counter spells or the draw spell, depending on what Pardee wants to use that for. Croxa Titan of Death's Hunger is going to hit the board and force another discard here.
So Reed is trying to compress this game with all these discard effects, right? Kind of like how the first game looked, where we got into top deck mode.
Yeah.
There's all these exchanges with discard taking place on both sides. You saw Sam basically draw a bunch of lands and then found a Torrential Gearhawk that ended up not being enough. Now, I think we may see Sam discard Teferi here and then just cast Charm to draw 2 cards. Teferi, I believe, would be 3rd card type in the graveyard, I believe.
Yeah,
Unholy Heat.
Another Planeswalker that's gone that way just yet, so...
Yeah. So if you're counting Delirium for Unholy Heat, there's that.
Yeah, so
okay,
3
so that's
now.
3.
If you wanted to cycle the Triumph, I think that would be 4. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 4.
Going for
okay,
it. That's 4. So Unholy Heat can take care of this Arcanist now.
Well, that's actually a really good set of. That's a good draw too. Iteration, get him a little bit deeper. His hand's gotten ripped apart pretty good.
Yeah. Ooh, those are nice. Shark Typhoon, Sulphur Falls, Magma Opus.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
This is gonna go back, yeah.
More discard.
Oh.
So I guess the way these games are going to play are super attrition-y, it looks like, right? So there's going to be clear the way for Dreadhorde Arcanist, a bunch of discard. Sam's going to hope to draw some cards, like top deck some card drawing, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Reed's going to keep trying to clear a way for something good with more discards. Well, he's got Inquisition, he's got Thoughtseize, he has Go Blank. So he's just loaded up on discard spells. And the idea, I suppose, is once all of this attrition-y stuff happens, I get a Croxa back, and you have to try to beat that in a very short amount of time.
Nice draw here. Lightning Helix, able to take care of the Arcanist on the battlefield. Archmage's Charm. I'll get that.
I know, it's so weird to say.
Archmage's, there you go.
Charm, yeah.
Archmage's Charm, I'll get there. Can counter the recast Croxa if it tries to escape.
Interestingly, this Arcanist right now, though it's on, not really doing very much.
Yeah, no, he's just kind of hanging.
It's just kind of hitting in here for 1. So now Reed's going to go a different route to these creature lands again.
Yeah, this might be a better target here for the Lightning Helix. Oh.
Might go Typhooning.
Shark Typhoon. Do. Nice little 2/2 jumps in the way of the creature land there. Gets an extra card. Finds land number 5. And things are looking okay here for Pardee, but Thoughtseize is gonna have some fun there with this hand.
Yeah, so this is the 1-mana discard spell that tag teams up really well with Dreadhorde Arcanist, which is going to have to probably force a different line of play here from Sam now.
So we're gonna see Archmage's Charm. What are we going to go for?
Yeah, what's the mode going to be if that's the card you're going to play? Sam has 3 really interesting pathways, right? You can Helix, Arcanist, kind of slow that down. You could cycle Shard Typhoon and just make a 3/3, draw a card, and let Thoughtseize resolve. Excuse me. Archmage's Charm, of course, you can counter Thoughtseize. You can draw 2 cards and see what happens there.
Plenty of options. It's going to be the counter for now. So no Lookie to Sam Pardee. But we get another Lookie unless this Lightning Helix takes care of the Dreadhorde Arcanist. So one problem off the board here for Sam.
Do we have enough cards in the graveyard? Well, I think that question got answered pretty quick. The answer is yes.
Oh, that's brutal. Shark Typhoon is going to get gone as Croxa, Titan of Death's Hunger, hits the board. And Mizzix's Mastery.
What do we have down there?
Oh.
Is there an Opus or anything?
Oh, it's draw cards?
Okay, that's not bad.
That's not
it's
terrible.
Not great.
Unholy
Ceiling's
Heat.
much higher. Oh, there's Opus.
Oh, Opus. You're a little bit out of place there, but you know, it's fine. Season Pyromancer, the draw here for Reed. And he's going to force a discard here of one of these spells. What do you value more, the Opus or the Iteration? It's got to be Iteration, right?
I think you're just discarding the Opus in my estimation.
Yeah.
Iteration is a card you can cast next turn. You take a pretty big chunk here, 7 points of damage. And now Reed, can play Pyromancer post, discard some cards, draw some cards, and draw some.
That's actually pretty good.
Man, yeah, that's really good.
These draws have been excellent for Reed. I mean, sometimes you see this Arcanist deck just falter and flail around, but man, is he going to town here on Sam Pardee. There's the good game, and he's going to pick up a clean 2-0 against Jeskai Control. So Reed Duke doing it.
So that first game, obviously Soren took me a little bit by surprise at its ultimate first time. I'll never remember that forever. That second game, it's very much, I think, how Reed wants the matchup to go and how it's going to go, which is you're doing the whole clear away for Arcanist, a lot of discard style thing going on. And Reed's deck just does such a nice job of just consistently pressuring your opponent's hand. Now, Sam's deck does have a lot of great top decks to get out of the situation. We almost saw that happen in game 1, where he Iteration into Gearhulk, and then game 2, he drew a Mizzix's Mastery. He just didn't have the best things in his graveyard to get back, like a Magma Opus. So he does have top decks to get himself out of sticky situations, but they just didn't really come to fruition in time in that matchup.
Unfortunately not, but still plenty of Magic to be played. We're going to take a very short break, but when we come back, we will have Levy versus Sam Rolfe.
Nice.
It's going to be Mono Red Madness versus Jeskai Creativity.
Mono Red Madness is able to burst out of the gate with powerful 1-drops like Dragon's Rage Channeler and Blazing Root Wallet. Once Indomitable Creativity has grabbed multiple copies of Sarah's Emissary, the powerful angel changes the nature of the game and makes life harder for your opponents.
Welcome back to coverage of the Innistrad Championship. Thank you very much for tuning in and hanging out with us as we try and determine our top 8. We're going to jump into our next feature match, and it is going to be Levy versus Sam Rolfe. It's Mono Red Madness versus Jeskai Creativity. Now, we haven't seen Mono Red Madness yet, Cedric. Tell me why this deck is so cool.
Well, it's Mono Red in a format where a lot of people don't think about Mono Red first and foremost, but this Madness strategy with Blazing Root Wall of Faithless Looting, it's a really good, one could argue the best Dragon Rage Chandler deck. It also makes use of some cards that we just haven't seen really get used in a long time. One of them is Bomat Courier, which is an incredibly powerful Magic card that doesn't really have a home in Historic. And I think this is probably the best home for it. So this deck, Mana Gorger Phoenix is another card that if it comes up, we'll talk about that one, of course. But these red cards are powerful. This is maybe the best Faithless Looting deck in the format. And it's a weird one, but I'm really glad that Raph is playing it.
Yeah, I am too. When I saw this deck, I was like, hey, wait a minute, that's actually really cool, because it's been a hot minute since Mono Red's been good, right? I'm just thinking the days of Embercleave and what's that guy's name? Anax, and yeah, so
and this is
flashbacks.
This is like really non-traditional Mono Red now too. This kind of it's a little wonky. It has a lot of game actions, a lot of triggers. There's a lot going on with it, and it's pretty darn powerful. So
well, let's get things underway here. So from Raph's side of things, let's get Sam Rolfe dead as quick as possible. And Sam Rolfe, he's got some stuff going on there. He's got the hard evidence. He has the Indomitable Creativity. So now just needs to find those red sources to be able to really close this game out as quick as possible.
Yeah, it's just some more lands and some more red sources to be able to do kind of his 1-2 punch with Indomitable Creativity. Rolfe is a player who, look, I know Levy may be the bigger name here, but Sam Rolfe, a Magic Online grinder, if you will, he's really, really darn good. Really good. Someone I run into on Magic Online a lot, have run into in Arena Opens, and he's a heck of a Magic player who is a name we are going to know and be saying a lot, I think, in the next couple of years.
I agree with you there. He's certainly had a very impressive run up to this championship, and he's going to continue doing so if he plays the way he does. Here we're going to see Dragon's Rage Chandler dealt with by the Prismari Command. Nice 2-for-1 here, getting rid of the DRC as well as the Bomat Courier, which is an artifact, of course.
Yeah, there's a lot to like here for this start for Rolfe. He's got that 0-3 to kind of gum things up. It's also something to sacrifice to Indomitable Creativity. Now, Prismari Command, just kind of a traditional 2-for-1 with this incredibly powerful card. So it's a really good start for Rolfe, and his hand is good. That's the other thing. The rest of his hand is still plenty fine and sitting at a very nice and comfortable 19 life.
Now, do you sack or don't you here if you are Levy?
I don't think I sack. It's worth thinking about. His hand's not great, but I think you're okay just kind of just sitting steady. I mean, if I'm Raph, I don't feel good about the game,
It's not going the way he'd want.
I'm brick-walled on the ground. My opponent has 4 cards in hand sitting at 19. That maybe my 2 best cards just got killed, so I'm not thrilled.
Yeah. Seasoned Pyromancer, though, is a nice follow-up here, being able to put the Phoenix of Ash into the graveyard, as well as the Mana Gorge Phoenix, if he wants to go that route. Just try and go wide against this deck. So let's see what he picks here as his second card. It will certainly be the Phoenix of Ash. Is it going to be land number 2, though, for this turn? Nope. We're going to send back both birds, make 2 little elementals, finds a Den of the Bugbear, and a Bomat Courier.
Rolfe could have got a little bit more aggressive with that Prismari Command by making a treasure and then kind of ramping it up, into creativity. But given the fact that he's sitting at such a comfortable life total, has control over the battlefield, has a good hand, I'm in favor of just I'll just kill both of your things. Keep moseying along that way. I'm not in a rush. If you had more pressure about a battlefield, maybe I go the treasure route with the Prismari Command. But for right now, I'm kind of just sitting pretty.
Yeah, he's not certainly in any rush, being at a healthy 19. Not that much pressure being mounted here on Raph's side of the battlefield. Does also have those Fire Prophecies to take care of a couple of things. So Sam Rolfe is looking good. And before attacks, even before they can do anything, Fire Prophecy is going to target one of these creatures, can sack in response, to prevent the card from being drawn if there's anything that Sam Rolfe wants to put back in the library.
Yeah, but unbeknownst to Raph, Sam already has it all.
Yeah, he's fine. He's got it right now if he wants to.
Yeah, it all in this instance is just indomitable
wait.
creativity, perhaps, right?
Yeah, he needs another land though to do for 2.
For 2, sure.
But it's still fine. He's got time.
And I'm glad that's the perfect word, right? Is he's got time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that big of a rush. Faithless looting the draw here for Raph, or less than ideal, I would say. But yeah, I would say that Sam just has plenty of time sitting at 16.
Yep. Sarah's Emissary in hand, but there are 3 in the library, so won't be too sad to see that one drawn. Just hopes to not find another one. Does have the Fire Prophecy to put something back if he needs to. But Raph Levy's just gonna keep smacking. Here comes Phoenix of Ash. That's gonna hit the battlefield. Mana Gorger Phoenix gets a counter on it for each spell cost. It'll pop out of the graveyard eventually, but I don't think we're gonna get to that point, if I'm honest.
Thinking of what Emissary is going to name here, I guess let me think really quickly. You see a block. I'm curious if you draw an Emissary here, is it scary or not? Because you can only creativity for one of them. Okay, didn't draw it. Not the end of the world. Yeah, so he's fine. It's what is it? It's probably creature and instant, if I had to guess. If you
so.
Creativity for 2.
Because I'm not seeing anything in the main deck for Raph that gets the creature dead or the game won. Pillar of Flame would be the only thing that could deal face damage if he names creature and instant.
Perhaps that's the calculus right now for Sam. He's just thinking, how do I lose this game if I creativity for 2? What weird thing has to happen? What do I have to name? I think it's the most straightforward of plays.
Mm-hmm.
It's creativity for 2 here. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think it's time.
Okay.
Sam Rolfe gonna sacrifice the little itty bitty 0/3 crab. It's gonna transcend and become an angel.
Heavily advantaged as
Yes.
Indomitable Creativity is going to be placed on the stack here in just a moment. I mean, there's a... Yeah.
Now there
This is a big
are a
advantage.
couple outs. There is Chandra, Torch of Defiance, who can deal 2, but the clock is ticking now with 14 power on the battlefield.
Yeah, these emissaries have a way of closing the game quickly and the ability to cast the 3rd one next turn. Which
Now,
is
the one
rather
advantage Raph does have is he has a bit of time with this Phoenix of Ash on the battlefield, just being able to get in the way of one of these angels. No, not even, because they've got protection, so no. Ignore that. Yep. They're just going to swing right on through.
Uh-huh. The only thing I'm trying to think of right now is like, Stomp via Bone Crusher Giant, does that work itself into the equation in some sort of weird way? You can Bone Crusher your own creature, right? I mean, if you really want to get a little out there, I'm checking.
I don't think that would work.
I'm checking Bone Crusher Giant really quick. So Stomp.
No, it'll hit you in the face.
So damage can't be. So it's the damage prevention that matters, right?
Yeah.
So it's damage can't be prevented. Can't be prevented this turn. So all right, that's through the side door, dog door, back door.
Yeah.
But it's a way to win if it comes up. So
well, let's go digging, huh?
Let's say for the Twitch chat, for the memes, is that what they say?
But for the lulz, I don't know.
For the lulz, for the memes, for the clips.
Let's see what we find here. Fire Prophecy is going to target the Bomat Courier in response to the Seasoned Pyromancer. It's 2 cards. Could take a look-ski. It's quite happy to let that go, though. Fire Prophecy will send back Sarah's Emissary. It doesn't. Okay, it'll hang out in hand. There's a Dragon's Rage Channeler. So we're still digging. Don't know if he's going to find it in time, though. Oh, man.
Well, that's the out. Bone Crusher Giant targeting, I think, self or like one of your own creatures or whatever it is. Just whatever you can do. It's Stomp to turn on the no damage prevention. That's it.
Oh gosh, here comes the
Okay,
third
well,
one.
maybe that's it then. Maybe no more.
Ooh, so many angels. Goodness gracious. Let's go to game number 2 here and see what we can bring in from the sideboard to help Raph Levy, the Hall of Famer, up against Sam Rolfe.
Let's see. For Raph's side of things, so you're in a kind of a weird spot. Let's see. You have to end the game pretty much as quickly as possible while still giving yourself outs to Sarah Emissary as best you can. Ferocidon seems like it'd be a decent card in this matchup. Maybe not at its absolute best. Chain Whirler, definitely not. A Braid, I gotta believe it's not. Let's see, what does a Braid kill? So it kills the O3.
Mm-hmm.
It can kill
an artifact.
It can kill an artifact that's creativity away. Okay, so I guess it's worth it just for that. Soul Guide Lantern doesn't seem great. Yeah, okay. Hazaret, pretty powerful, just in like a general sense. And then the other Chandra, I mean, it's just pretty powerful when you're playing against a control deck. So I can rationalize bringing those cards in. For Rolfe's side, pretty easy game 1 win there.
Yeah. Just had it all from the get-go. He was just kind of playing with his food, I guess.
Rest in Peace seems fine-ish. Gust seems good against a red deck. I'll take a raise anytime you guys want to give it to me. Pretty straightforward sideboarding for both people, I think.
Yeah.
I do think advantage Rolfe, though. I think this matchup's good for him.
Yeah.
Raph's clock isn't that fast.
It's not the typical red deck where you just burn, win, right?
Yeah. It's not the fastest of red decks. The thing that's nice about this mono red Madness deck is that it's like resilient and sees a lot of cards.
Yeah.
So it can kind of keep playing a very, very long game, which is nice in specific matchups and formats.
Yeah.
This is a match where you kind of have to get the game over with very, very, very quickly. So that means the kind of draw that Raph is going to need to see, he's going to have a lot of 1-drops to begin. Courier, DRC, looting in the Root Wallas. I think it's got to look like that for him to be able to get a game here in this matchup.
Let's have a look at the hands, see what we find. Faithless Looting to start, not too shabby. Doesn't like it though, it's going to send it back. There's a couple Revenant Ruins with Bomat Couriers, so that'll be kept. And there's that Bonecrusher Giant you mentioned. Maybe this game is his turn to shine.
This is better, I think.
On the other side of things, Expressive Iteration, the powerful 2-mana sorcery, as well as Prismaric Command, but that Anger of Gods, things are going to be dying in this game for sure.
Yeah, but some value along the way, which is actually pretty nice. You know, these Anger of the Gods can clean some things up, of course, but Bomat Courier has the potential to draw a lot of cards here this game, so...
Yeah. No early interaction for them. So just going to play a land tapped, pass the turn back. There's a mountain off the top of the library for Raph Levy. It is kind of funny when you think about it. This deck does have many ways to deal damage. You know, looking at Ramanap Runes, you got your sorceries, your instants, you have the Planeswalker that deals damage. Creatures, of course.
Yeah, there's no shortage. That's what I really like about this deck. I played this deck in Historic a couple of months ago. The thing that really impressed me about it is it can just keep going and going and going. You know, you have Chandra, you've got Bomat Courier, Dragon's Rage Channeler, Faithless Looting, which we all know is incredibly powerful. So you can just keep going with this deck. It's just, you see right now, right? It's dealing 2 points of damage every turn, so it's not the fastest of clocks.
Yeah. Turn will be passed back here. We may see something similar with Prismaric Command, killing a creature as well as an artifact to take care of both of these on the battlefield.
Hey there, little Root Walla. Hey, buddy.
He's quite a cute little lizard, isn't he?
I like that card.
Nice.
Okay, so now a free Root Walla, the best kind.
Uh-huh.
Now stack it. You get these cards too, so 5 cards coming. 3. Let's take a look here first. This happens.
Oh yeah, I'll cast that for free, thanks.
And now discard your hand. Get those. Okay, great. Discarding your hand's part of the cost. Yeah, you just get 5 new cards.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I remember why that card was so powerful in Standard.
Yeah. Not only did you get 5 new cards, but you rebuilt your battlefield.
Yeah,
even though it's gonna
die.
It's gonna die.
Yeah.
But like you were feeling good
Yeah,
about
for a
having
few
rebuilt
seconds.
your battlefield. Yeah, you were feeling good.
Oh no. Bone Crusher Giant and a Braid in hand here now for Ref Levy, who needs to try and rebuild something, get something going. Because if there is creativity in hand for Sam Rolfe, that's going to be bad news bears. We know there's not, but he could find one.
It's not there right now, but this is very reminiscent of what game number 1 looked like insofar as for Rolfe, he's just kind of chilling, right? He's got a lot of life, he's got a lot of cards in hand, a lot of ways to interact, so he's not in a rush to do much of anything. Even if he draws creativity this turn, who's to say he even goes for it? Because he doesn't really need to yet, you know? Just kind of sitting pretty.
Yeah. Perhaps just deciding whether or not he wants to fire off the Stomp, or if he wants to get the creature down here in the Bone Crusher Giant. Yeah, he's trying to cast that. I don't think he realizes he's still in attacks.
Oh,
There
okay.
we go.
There we go. I've been there, Raph. It's all right. We're both. What are we? Boomers? Is that what it is?
I guess. I don't know.
Boomers.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Well,
that's not great.
well, you know. Well, you know.
Well, darn. The world is Sam Rolfe's oyster at the moment. It's going to Unexpected Windfall, get some treasures, get a couple new cards, and pass the turn back.
Like I had mentioned last turn, I'm not surprised to see Sam not cast creativity. He ain't in a rush.
Nah.
He's sitting pretty. 15 life, got a blocker, got an interactive hand. Can play creativity next turn for a clean 2, and your opponent's tapped out, so...
Just a Braid in hand here for Ref Levy. Sam Rolfe, very much advantaged at this point, finds land number 5. So could go for 3 things if he really wanted to. Just get all 3 angels out.
It's pretty adorable.
Terrifying.
I'm like pretty here for it. Sam's here for it.
Terrifying in a biblical sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going for it. Boom, boom, boom. 3 Sarah's emissaries on the battlefield. Creature, sorcery, instant, whatever the heck you want to name. Seems pretty darn good for you right now. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this game's kind of over.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, just a little
You
bit.
think so? But how sure are you?
Quite, now that the concede button has been hit. And Sam Rolfe picks up a clean 2-0 against Ref Levy. So his winning ways continue. Proceeds to 7-1. So a very good record indeed, Cedric. Things are looking good here.
Normally this is where I say a bunch of stuff about how the match went and blah, blah, blah. Not a lot to say. It's pretty one-sided. So nice job, Sam.
Good job, Sam. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be with Corey, Mani, and Maria at the desk. So see you then.
Hey guys, what's going on? Sorry I took a little break there. I was just having some dinner. I was freaking brutal. Got destroyed. Quick and easy. On to the next ones. For me, like as a non-historic player, looking at these lists, it's like everything's new. I have no idea what's going on. I mean, I recognize a lot of the cards, but sometimes I don't know exactly how it is that they're supposed to interact with each other. Like, never played with that squirrel though. This looks cool. This is probably the nastiest one. Surprised that he's not running the Olembok. Like, he'd rather have the Selfless Savior. Maybe just go for like one of each. Jan Merkel. Oh, this is the same list as Gab Nassif. They're the teammates. Three Dream Trawlers. This one looks really cool. 4 Vanishing Verse, 1 Edgar, Nasser, Teferi. Man, I really miss Maze Mine Tome. Alright guys, I will see you on the other side. Enjoy the match. Peace.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of the Innistrad Championship. Let's take a look at our standings here. After 8 rounds of competition, we have 1 undefeated player left in the tournament. That is Christian Houck, pacing the field at 8-0. And we still have so many incredible names at the top of our leaderboard. Check that out. Kai Buddha at 7-1, the German juggernaut, one of the most decorated players in the game. William Huey Jensen sitting at 7-1, former world champion there. Speaking of world championships, Shahar Shenhar in rank 16 right now. He's a 2-time world champion. This is so cool. Taking a look at our second page here, Simon Gertson. Hello, Simon. He used to be on coverage with us, sitting at 6-2. Andrea Mangucci in there at 6-2. Reed Duke at 6-2. I get so excited for this because so many great names here at the top of our standings. I'm sure I missed some people. There's just so many, making a really great tournament for us today here as we work our way towards our top 8 later today. Well, our lone undefeated player, Christian Houck, sat down with Corey Baumeister after his win last round. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, everyone, I am here with Christian Houck, who is the lone undefeated player left in the tournament. How are you feeling, Christian?
I'm feeling great, I can tell you. First time I'm actually went undefeated on day 1. I had a couple of X1s, but actually never the perfect record so far. So
yeah, whenever you're X1 and stuff, you always have something to complain about at dinner. But, you know, when you're XO, that's truly where it's at. So, you know, I don't want to really get ahead of ourselves too much, but you're on such a great path to at least make the top 8 and give yourself a solid chance to be one of those 6 players that gets that World Championship invite. What would that mean to you?
Well, it sounds amazing, like making top 8 and securing a world spot. Like, did I hear this right? Like, is this how it's going to be? Like, absolutely amazing.
Oh, you do got to win a match. You got to win a match in the top 8. You get to the top 8.
I got to win a match.
All
right.
It's the top 6. Yeah. So
I mean,
you know,
still.
Yeah, it's a little bit of feels bad if you make it to the top 8 and then you lose a match. So, you know, first step 1 is making it to top 8. But now I want to talk a little bit about your decks here. You're just playing 2 beatdown decks with Celestia Humans and then Mono Green Aggro. Is this normally your style, or are you just playing whatever's good?
Both statements are true. So
okay.
I like to play what's good, obviously, but I also like to beat down. So that's my favorite way to play the game.
Okay.
So yeah, I like to beat down with creatures, definitely. That's my thing.
Yeah. I like turning creatures sideways as well. Well, hey, Christian Houck, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on being the lone 8-0 player, and good luck in the rest.
Thank you, Corey. Appreciate it.
And that is Christian Houck, our lone undefeated player, looking very relaxed with no losses to his name. Says, hey, I've been the most relaxed I've ever been this tournament, and that's what I'm attributing all my success to. No stress, just playing some Magic games. All right, we've got a deck tech here with Luis Scott Vargas. It's Rakdos Arcanist. This is a really cool historic deck if you like being mean. All right, take it away.
Hello and welcome to a deck tech with Luis Scott Vargas. This Arcanist deck looks really cool. I've been excited since I saw it and I want to just jump right into it. So let's just start with the creatures and walk me through this. Dreadhorde Arcanist, the deck's named after it. What's the importance of this card?
Arcanist is really the reason to play the deck because all you're really trying to do is lead on a 1-drop, Inquisition or Thoughtseize, into Arcanist. The first one takes their answer for the Arcanist. The Arcanist flashes back on whatever it is you need, and you can kind of just control the game from there. And then against aggro decks, Fatal Push and Unholy Heat kind of do the same thing.
Yeah, just awesome. So you don't really need any spells that cost more than 1 because all of your good answers are there. Some of the other creatures, Croxus, Seasoned Pyromancer, what are they doing here?
Croxus is kind of a way to convert this 1-for-1 trade into a meaningful advantage, because you sit there, you trade a bunch of resources, but then Croxus comes back and it closes out the game really quickly. Seasoned Pyromancer is powerful enough that it's one of the reasons to give up playing Lurrus as a companion, because in this deck often it's 3 mana for a 2/2 draw 2 because your hand is empty, you still draw the cards, or you just discard useless removal spells or discard spells in certain matchups to get a bunch of 1/1s.
Yeah, that's great. That makes a lot of sense. So moving on, let's talk about some of this disruption. You already mentioned the discard spells like Thoughtseize, Inquisition. How important are these to the deck?
They're really what makes the deck function, because we expect a pretty wide open historic field. Don't expect any given deck to really dominate. And having cards like Inquisition and Thoughtseize mean no matter what you're playing against, they got cards in their hand. You get to cast one of these, you get to kind of disrupt their game plan, especially in a format that has a lot of really high synergy decks where maybe you take Faithless Looting that slows the Phoenix deck down, or you take Torrential Gearhulk and now the Jeskai Opus deck doesn't really have its finisher. So these disruption spells are basically what the deck is built around.
Yeah, and I noticed a bit of a trend of the cards you were talking about. So I guess that leads me to the question, Soul Guide Lantern, main deck copies, what's this about?
Does a couple things. One is it disrupts graveyards, right? You expect Phoenix and Opus and maybe other Arcanist decks, a wide variety of decks that utilize the graveyard. And then it also helps with Delirium for Unholy Heat, because it's an artifact that goes to your graveyard. And it's just a cheap spell that you can cast, setting up your Seasoned Pyromancer or your Kroxa by just putting material into the graveyard and kind of lowering the curve. So it does enough things well that it's worth including, but it's rarely spectacular unless you get paired against one of the graveyard decks.
All right, let's talk about some of your removal spells. Unholy Heat, one of the big new removal spells in Historic. Tell me about what these are doing in the deck.
Unholy Heat and Fatal Push are just efficient start to finish. Fatal Push often can kill bigger creatures thanks to like Fabled Passage or Soul Guide Lantern. And then Unholy Heat doesn't get Delirium actually all that well in this deck. This isn't one of those decks that just churns through its cards. But a Shock that sometimes deals 6 and can flash back with Dreadhorde Arcanist, that does just enough. For Kolaghan's Command, that's a kind of an answer to Witch's Oven or any other troublesome artifact, while again just playing into like kind of grind them out plan. One of the neat tricks you can do is get them down to no cards and then pass on their draw step, make them discard a card with Kolaghan's Command, and unless they drew an instant, you kind of make them skip their turn.
Yeah, really cool, really powerful interaction. All right, let's close it out looking at some of these planeswalkers you've got. Sorin the Mirthless, the big new one. What are these doing here?
It's surprising that we ended up on 2 Sorin, 1 Chandra, because as we played, Sorin the Mirthless really delivered. Making a vampire or drawing a card each turn is really good. The vampire's got lifelink, that's a nice little bonus. And overall, it's a good way to kind of close out the game when neither player has many resources. This deck trades cards really well. Chandra, of course, does kind of the same thing. Instead of a vampire, you get a deal 4, kill their biggest creature, and then in both cases, you can +1 to kind of draw an extra card. So again, in low resource games, these really kind of do help finish things, because otherwise this deck gets stuck drawing a bunch of discard spells off its top, and that's not a position it wants to be in.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. All right, well, that was Rakdos Arcanist. This deck has looked incredible in testing. I've loved seeing it in action. I can't wait to see it this weekend. Thanks, Luis, and good luck to you and the rest of your team.
Thank you so much, Monty, for that deck tech. And there's Monty right there and Corey Baumeister getting us ready here for round number 9 of Historic Action. Let's take a look at our feature match. We've got a good one for you coming up here. We're playing Historic this morning, switching to Standard later this afternoon. Christian Houck, the undefeated player, versus William Huey Jensen, Celestia Humans versus Rakdos Arcanist. This should be an awesome match. Let's get to meet our players. There's a look at Christian Houck right there. Of course, the only player with no losses to his name in the building. 9,500 arena games played, but look at that historic win rate, 72.1%. That is nuts. All right, here's William Huey Jensen. Wow, almost 15,000 games played on Arena. 2017 World Champion, a member of the Hall of Fame, playing Rakdos Arcanist, the deck we just saw a deck tech on, so now we get to see it in action. And speaking of these decks, Mani, lay them out for us.
Yeah, Maria, Selesnya Humans, the most played deck in this historic metagame that we've seen, and for good reason. This deck is extremely powerful, it's fast, it's consistent. Esper Sentinel, one of the most powerful one-drops in Magic, really adding a lot to this deck, as well as Thalia's Lieutenant and Ranger Captain of Eos, and all of this early aggression is just backed up by the existence of Collected Company to really amp things up in the mid game. And we've seen Christian Houck just be so proficient with this deck. On the other side, William Jensen running the Rakdos Arcanist that his team brought. We saw Luis and I do a deck tech on it. This deck is a mid-range deck, and it's all about using your resources to attack your opponent's hand and just try to keep them from playing the game. This deck is trying to get onto the board early with something like a Dreadhorde Arcanist and push that advantage, leveraging cards like Seasoned Pyromancer and the Planeswalkers in the mid to late game, plus of course Kroxa. Now, something that's notable, yesterday we heard Gabriel Nassif say they played some test matches against Selesnya Humans with their deck. It did not go well. He was not happy.
Oh, really? Okay, interesting to know. Right here, before we do our predictions, it's prediction time. Let's take a look at our records here. I don't know, some kind of crab, probably a 2-6 here at this point. Corey, what's your prediction for the winner this round?
So normally, Rakdos Arcanist usually takes advantage of creature decks pretty well, but Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, as well as Esper Sentinel is not cards I want to play against as a Rakdos Arcanist deck. So I'm picking Christian Houck here to beat 9-0.
All right, Christian Houck, how about you, Mani?
If you can't beat him, join him. Esper Sentinel is an obscene card in this matchup. I'm picking Christian Houck.
Yeah, I'm going Christian Houck too. I want to see him continue his undefeated streak here in this tournament. Can he keep it going? We're going to find out here as round number 9 gets underway. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We're going to be right back with this awesome matchup to see if Christian Houck can keep his streak running.
Hey guys, you know what? My main takeaway from this so far, and some of you might be happy to hear this, but I'm actually getting pretty excited about playing some historic. My biggest problem is going to be getting the cards. I have obviously got all of Eldraine and lots of the stuff a little bit before that while I was just in Arena, but I haven't bought any of the anthologies. Gosh, it would be a huge buy-in, but it's making me excited. There's so many interesting decks. And I just by watching these guys playing over the last couple of days in Historic, I've like gotten a few ideas of decks that I'd like to brew myself. And I don't have the cards. Hey Max, how are you, my brother? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're still in the historic part of the stream. I unfortunately have power cut coming in Cape Town, South Africa in about, so it's at 10, it's 8:30 in an hour and a half. But my laptop will continue to power through for about an hour into that power cut. And then I will restart the stream right after the energy comes back online. So I'll fire it up. There'll probably only be about a 45-minute lapse in the stream if all goes well. All right, see you guys on the other side. Peace.
Hello and welcome back to coverage here of the Innistrad Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got more historic to bring you here on the first part of the day here on day number 2. And in the feature match area, well, we've got 2 players with really excellent records, one slightly better than the other. We've got Christian Houck, who we just saw
talked to our news team last round, sitting at the perfect 8-0 coming in. Boy, that's got to feel good. And there's a really nice little milestone on the horizon here, Paul, for Christian. If he can get to that 12 wins, well, that's going to lock up top 8 for him. On the other side of the table, though, it's going to be William Huey Jensen, which is really not what you want to see if you're Christian, right? Huey's one of the toughest players out there, and he's at 7-1, putting together an excellent run here himself. So let's jump into the action here and see what happens. We've got Christian on green-white, and we saw the capability of some of those draws last round, Paul. But what about his opponent? He's on Rakdos Arcanist. How does it play out?
Yeah, so we kind of saw it mentioned on the desk earlier, where traditionally variations in Arcanist decks have been good against creature strategies, but not this Humans deck. This deck is extremely resilient to removal. The fact that you can curve out and then still continue to put pressure with cards like Collected Company and Ranger Captain of Eos makes it so that a 1-for-1 removal strategy isn't actually as effective as you would expect in this matchup. Not only that, I mean, your creatures like Esper Sentinel and Thalia just make it that much more difficult for a deck with a bunch of removal spells to kind of play their game plan accordingly. Imagine you go turn 1 Esper Sentinel into turn 2 Thalia. All of a sudden, you have to make the decision: do I want to kill Thalia or do I want to kill the Sentinel? If I want to use a removal spell on Thalia, I have to spend 3 mana for my 1 mana removal spell just to kill Thalia and not have my opponent draw a card.
It's incredible. They're going to get you, right? With that curve out, you're giving up something, and you have to choose the lesser of 2 evils. And in fact, that was the curve that Christian had lined up. He had the Esper Sentinel right into the Thalia Guardian of Thraben, but Huey, thankfully for him, had an Inquisition of Kozilek to at least break up the party a little bit, and he's fired off another one here, and he took away the Esper Sentinel and now the Vanguard as well. It's left just Allenbach Escort on the battlefield, but it will be joined by Thalia Guardian of Thraben here this turn.
Yeah, it looks like Houck went for a mulligan, and Huey with a pretty great start here, going double hand disruption with an Arcanist here. A little unfortunate on his side that his second land was a Spikefield Hazard and not an untapped land. I think he would have loved to have been able to run out that Arcanist on 2, right, to just kind of get that going. But still a solid start here. But you can see here already the fact that the tax from Thalia means you can't go Arcanist plus one of your 2 1-mana removal spells you have in your hand.
Jeez, it would have been so nice. The good news for Jensen is that since he's selected such cheap interactive spells, he actually gets to cast them even through Thalia, because sometimes, you've got a 3-mana removal spell and you just can't even put it on the stack.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the type of start that you want if you're William here. I mean, just the fact that you have these cheap removal spells and then you have the Arcanist to keep it going. And currently speaking, Christian doesn't have much of a follow-up here anymore, right? He's only down to that 1 Thalia's Lieutenant.
We've finally seen this Dreadhorde Arcanist deck truly grind this green-white deck to dust. But there's an alien off the top for Christian.
Oh my
really
goodness.
Nice draw.
This is huge. I mean, this turns this into a 3/3. He can attack through the Arcanist here if he wants. Oh my goodness.
That had to be one of the best draws there for Christian Houck. And he interrupted me. Like, I was saying that the Arcanist deck finally got to do its thing, and no. Rewind all of that. Adeline puts him right back into this thing.
Yeah, and I don't think Huey here has Delirium. It's actually quite difficult for this deck to get Delirium, as it doesn't really have a whole lot of ways to churn through its deck.
Yeah, he's only got 2 of the 4 needed here.
Exactly. It doesn't even have a land here. So the only thing he can do is get a shock effect out of the graveyard. But again, with the Adeline off the top, both creatures in play right now are safe from a 2-mana removal spell. However, he did draw Kolaghan's Command, right? So he can actually use Kolaghan's Command to deal 2 damage to the Adeline and then attack with the Arcanist to finish it off.
Okay, well, that's huge. The Kolaghan's Command not doing full duty here, but close enough, because getting that Adeline off the battlefield was clutch. And Christian drew a land for the turn, so now we're kind of back to it. Just Thalia's Lieutenant as the 3/3 attacker. It's hard to imagine that's going to get the job done with the amount of removal and stuff that Jensen has, and he finds Magmatic Channeler.
Yeah, but keep in mind, in Christian's deck, he's got 8 really strong top decks still here, right? Ranger, Captain of EOS, or Collected Company is going to be really difficult for Huey here to fight through, just because, again, this deck's just trying to get you, by one-for-oneing you, right, with these Arcanists and removal spells off the top. But, you have so many of these innate 2-for-1s built into this deck. Even a card like Draven Inspector, really annoying.
That's right. The only downside here for Christian is that it's a little clunky for the Inspector, and that's going to leave the Ranger Captain in hand until next turn. But he's going to be thrilled to see that card come off the top of the library.
Ooh. Oh, and this is really unfortunate here for Christian. I don't know if you wanted to sacrifice that clue right away. I mean, the upside there was if you find a 2-drop human or lower, you can attack with the Thalia's Lieutenant.
Yeah.
But you can draw Collected Company, you can draw Ranger Captain of Eos. And if you do that, I mean, Huey could attack with the Arcanist and maybe use one of the hand disruption effects that he has in the graveyard.
Right, he has 2 copies of Inquisition, so Jensen has to try to figure it out. But look at this, there's a Fatal Push here for Jensen.
And I imagine
off of the Channeler.
I think you're just gonna probably go for Inquisition here. I don't know if you just you just go for the removal. Never mind. In that case, then this Ranger Captain's still going to be cast, and jeez.
Wow, and there's Giant Killer, or more importantly, Chop Down here for Christian Houck. Interesting decision there for Jensen, because the only cards that that Inquisition hits are 3 drops exactly, right? Like in that scenario, because you would have seen the 1 or the 2 come out. So he said, well, I'm just going to take the guaranteed value of getting this Inspector on the battlefield and assume that you either drew a land or a Collected Company that I couldn't hit anyway.
Yeah. And it looks like
Hive of the Eye Tyrant's going to get frisky here as well.
Yeah, and I imagine he's going to cast a Fatal Push off the yard. I mean, so Huey's, getting a lot of value here from this Arcanist. I mean, it's cast multiple spells out of the graveyard, but I mean, all things considered, he was able to execute exactly what his deck's trying to do. But Christian is still looking okay here, right? I mean, you got the Ranger Captain here. You're going to get another creature. Huey's still down to 9.
Yeah, Jensen gives a little head shake there because he's like, well, that was the one. Christian did find another land with his draw step, so it's just going to be the Ranger Captain plus either an Allenbach Escort or an Esper Sentinel. But like you said, Paul, not a terrible situation. Yeah. Certainly one draw step away from being right back in it, if not there already.
Yeah. So the Allenbach Escort is a nice target if you have ways to put counters on your creatures. Currently, Christian doesn't have that, so he could be maybe considering the Esper Sentinel. But we're also at the point in the game where if Huey just draws any spell, he'll likely be able to pay the tax on the Esper Sentinel.
Right. He's got 5 mana discounted as well. So yeah, he's just going to go for the Escort. As you mentioned, neither of these particularly good at this point in the game, honestly, right? Like they're kind of just 1/1s here, but the Escort does have a higher upside. There's a Thoughtseize for Jensen.
Yeah,
he's
now
at
they're
9, but he doesn't know what card is in hand for Houck.
Right, but you have to think it's one of those things. If Christian had a Collected Company, he wouldn't have played Ranger Captain this turn, right? So you can't. Right. So that's not a card you're going to be afraid of. So then you have to think about maybe the potential of another 1 or 2 drop there, but at the same time,
well, yeah, because he had a 1 mana left over, so it's really got to be a 2 drop.
It has to be exactly a 2 drop, yeah.
Right. And Jensen, recognizing that his life total is precious here with only the Dreadhorde Arcanist back, means that he's not going to even cast it. But a Ranger Captain of Eos number 2 off the top of the library. Yeah. Again, these aren't devastating in the sense of he's just searching up effectively 1/1s, but it's adding to the board bigger and bigger. And the pressure is really getting there. No attack there from Christian.
Also, one note about that previous turn. If it was a 2 drop, Christian likely would have just played a 2 drop that turn.
Right.
And this,
Jensen finds Cruxa, Titan of Death's Hunger.
So he's a mana short from being able to escape it this turn.
Right.
Which is not ideal here because you have to expect Christian to get in for a decent sized attack next turn. And given that Huey might just want to keep up Hive of the Eye Tyrant to potentially trade with the Ranger Captain of Eos? And that's what Huey's probably thinking about right now. Is it worth it to just get in for 3 here to make sure that you can play the Crux next turn, or do you have to keep up Hive of the Eye Tyrant as a blocker here, given your life total?
Right, he is getting precarious, and it doesn't line up well either, right? Double Ranger Captain or 2 3/3s, his life total's at 9.
Oh, actually, he can Thoughtseize himself, right? How many cards does he have in his graveyard? If he Thoughtseizes himself, he can play the Croxa here.
Yeah, Thoughtseize, of course, puts an additional card into the graveyard as well as a function of that. He's chewed up his library fairly well.
Okay. Instead, he's choosing to save his life total, throw away his Arcanist, so that he can Inquisition himself and then play the Croxa that way.
That's so
okay.
Neat.
So he basically was making the decision between 2 damage to himself or throwing away the Arcanist to play the Croxa.
And he's decided to prioritize his life total above all other things. He needs this Arcanist to die, though, to be able to get Croxa out, right? Yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah.
He's got...
Okay, so he was 1 short.
Other core cards, and he had 4. And Houck sniffed it out and just said, you know what? Keep it.
You got nothing. Your graveyard... I don't care about even eating this Arcanist. And yeah, no, I mean... I don't think there are any sweepers in this Rakdos deck, so...
Yeah, so nice play there by Christian to not just take the bait there and snap off the block. You saw him counting up the graveyard there for Jensen.
Oh, was... By casting the Inquisition from the graveyard, he was 1 short, maybe. Right? Because it exiles the Inquisition.
All right, so that's game number 1 going to Christian Houck. He is on quite a run here this weekend. He's 8-0 coming in, and now he's a game up over Huey, William Huey Jensen, as we call him.
And just, I think that game was just the exact, that is exactly what you kind of, this is the reason why when Nassif was interviewed about their matchups, the matchups for their deck and how they didn't like their humans matchup, that game was just a perfect example of that, right? Yeah. Huey was like, removal spell, hand disruption, Arcanist attack you. Oh, you top deck the Ranger Captain. I guess I'm dead, right? Yes. It just kind of, and that's just kind of how the matches play out. It's just actually really hard to just grind through everything that this humans deck is trying to do.
Yeah, and it really illustrated that, Paul, because it was a perfect start from Huey, and then it wasn't even the best possible cards for Christian. Like, it wasn't like he ripped Collected Company into Collected Company. It was Ranger Captain for 1/1s, and that still was enough to overwhelm Jensen after, like you said, a perfect start.
Yeah, and that's also just another thing about this Rakdos deck is it takes a while before this deck can actually close the door, right? There was a point where Huey completely stabilized, and what did he have left in play? It was just a 1/3. Yep. He was only able to attack for 1 at a time, and that gave Christian the time to find those cards to get back into the game.
Yeah, I know that that this type of deck is really susceptible to that stuff with regards to the hand disruption, right? Like there's the saying, you know, you can't Thoughtseize the top of their library, and that's sometimes used in frustration, right? When you're like, hey, I took away all their stuff. But that's also just the nature of the beast, right? These cards are all powerful, right? There's only a couple of cards in Christian's deck, you know, outside of lands that are just like, okay, that doesn't really do anything. He has a ton of ways to get back in. You know, the card that ended up starting that chain for him was Thraben Inspector that last game. Just a 1-mana creature that he's got in his deck, and that all of a sudden chained him into all that stuff. And the interesting thing is the Arcanist, even though it was going, it had a bunch of hand disruption spells, but Christian was out of cards. They don't do anything after that point. All right, looks like Magmatic Channeler here for Jensen's going to get activated, and we've got 2 nice 2-drops facing off here. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben versus Magmatic Channeler.
And Huey with a really, really powerful sideboard card here for the matchup in Witch's Vengeance.
Definitely. So, good start for Jensen. He's managed to keep the board clear and has a Magmatic Channeler.
Yeah, and Christian with only able to play a Sentinel this turn, so
Yikes.
this one's looking a lot better here for Huey. He's got that Chandra now too to continue developing his board and getting ahead on cards.
Yeah, the only one white mana source and only 2 mana sources total here for Christian is brutal. He can only cast 1 spell per turn. And in this case, he's like, Esper Sentinel go, and just hope that Huey runs something out there that, you know, maybe he'll get a card off of it.
Yeah, it's interesting because Huey really wants to play the Chandra, but I also, given that Christian missed his land drop, I don't know if you want to tap out and play Chandra and let Christian draw lands out of what kind of the mana stalled situation that he's in right now.
Right, and so he's going to go for the Thoughtseize instead, where he can just pay for the Esper Sentinel and keep that card out of hand and further stunt the growth of Christian. You know, Jensen's going to look and say, well, let's say you do draw a land. What do I want to take? Let's say you don't. Is it different?
Right.
Brutal Cathar, of course, is the most powerful card outright in the hand here for Houck, is at the 3 mana slot there. But there's plenty of other stuff worth taking.
Yeah, and he has to also make this decision. Just he's got that Witch's Vengeance, right? So the second Esper Sentinel does seem to be the most annoying card. Just because if Christian just decides to play 2 Esper Sentinels, all of a sudden, if you cast a Chandra, your opponent draws 2 cards.
Outside of lands, that Luminarch Aspirant has to be one of the best draws for Christian. He gets to use up both of his mana for the turn, and he now has something that kind of needs to be dealt with, like Jensen can't ignore the Aspirant. And he's going to go for Feed the Swarm on the Sentinel this time.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, okay, so that was important, but interestingly enough, Magmatic Channeler is also a human. So, not
well, it's
ideal.
a 4/4 now.
Yeah, it's a 4/4 now, but when it was a 1/3, it would not have been ideal to run out of Witch's Vengeance while the Channeler was a 1/3.
That's kind of funny. Yeah. So now Jensen is going to face down Allenbach Escort with Luminarch Aspirant. And this may be the window for him to fire off the Witch's Vengeance. He could wait one more turn given the Aspirant. Can't get either of these creatures out of range, but you do want to get it while the getting's good. Although he did draw Kolaghan's Command here, and maybe that changes things. Yeah,
I mean, Kolaghan's Command, you want to cast the Witch's Vengeance here. And I really like this from Huey here, because if Christian Houck plays Thalia's Lieutenant next turn, then that's going to be a 4/4 Luminarch Aspirant, and then at that point, it's out of Witch's Vengeance range.
Right, so he gets a clean 2-for-1. His Channeler survives thanks to the buff that it has up to a 4/4. But there's finally a 3rd mana and a 2nd white source here for Houck. So let's see if he can put something together that unlocks either now Skyclave Apparition or Brutal Cathar.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you want to lead with Brutal Cathar, because you have to be concerned about the 4-mana Planeswalkers that's in this Rakdos deck, right? Sorin the Mirthless and Chandra Torch of Defiance. So you might want to hold on to the Chandra, the Skyclave Apparition for those cards.
Right, of course. And that's exactly what he did, but Chandra hits the battlefield, takes down the Brutal Cathar, and Christian's going to be happy that he sequenced the way that you said so, because now at least he has an answer. But you got to say he's behind here. You know, he's going to have to tap out, and he's still facing down a 4/4 Magmatic Channeler. And Jensen in hand has Kolaghan's Command and a Dreadhorde Arcanist, so he is not out of gas yet either.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely different situation than what we saw in Game 1. This time, Huey does have a clock, right? We have a 4/4 Channeler. We have this Chandra on the battlefield here, so it's not going to take too long here for Jensen here to kind of close the door here.
Yeah, the Skyclave Apparition does a great job of taking care of problematic permanents, but if you can get it off the board, you know, it's going to create a 4/4. At this point, I wonder if Jensen would prefer to have a 4/4. You know, it's like, right. It's close. And look at that. He's actually going to go for the Channeler as a result, Paul.
Yeah, and this turn I can see Jensen going for double red mana here. You go for Kolaghan's Command, kill Apparition, make you discard a card, make 2 red, play Arcanist, land, go.
That does seem very strong. You get a 2/2 and an Arcanist, and then the Hive of the Eye Tyrant was the draw step for Jensen, and that could be very relevant next turn as well. So yeah, back to business here for Huey. He's got a 2/2, a 1/3, and a 2 loyalty Planeswalker. And yeah, Ranger Captain of Eos is a really good Magic card, but it's a very tough spot here for Christian.
Yeah.
Giant Killer's not it.
I guess Thraben Inspector? Just to kind of draw your way back into it. I don't know if Esper Sentinel does as much now at this phase in the game. All right.
Yep,
well,
so he's going to play out the Inspector. So how are we looking here, Paul?
Well, Huey can't attack. So it'll just, it'll depend on kind of what we see here off the Chandra. Oh, I think we're gonna see 2 damage on Inspector and kill a clue from command.
Yeah, wow, very aggressive here from William Huey Jensen.
No cards for you.
I like it. Clearing off some of the board, and this is big draw steps here. Okay, Thalia's Lieutenant gets to keep his board pretty decent here.
And now Huey has to chump block here, as we're gonna see a Ranger Captain attack Chandra.
It's a nice draw there from Christian. Of course, Collected Company is the card that he'd like to see the most, but Thalia's Lieutenant was good.
That's a good one.
Answer. It's funny because Jensen's consistent. When Christian played a pair of Ranger Captains, he kind of gave the that's pretty good face.
Not as good.
When he just drew this card, Seasoned Pyromancer, he said the same thing. He's like, hey, that's the one.
Was that another Pyromancer?
Where at?
No, never mind. Okay. I think he whiffed. The Pyromancer found Huey no spells, and then I think the Chandra Plus also got him nothing there.
It did. I guess it got him 2 damage. Yeah, he'll live with that.
Right,
but the Pyromancer's still nice, though. He can chump with it here and then create some 1/1s and just sort of keep riding the Chandra to victory.
Right, because at this point now you can minus the Chandra here because, this was a really big turn here for Christian. The fact that he missed this turn and found a land. This allows Huey to go minus Chandra on the Ranger Captain, and he has 2 chump blockers here available as well for that Thalia's Lieutenant.
Yeah, really key juncture there for Christian, and he just did not want to miss on that draw step, and he just has to stare down at a basic Plains. Passes the turn back over to Jensen. And yeah, he's been able to chump block for back-to-back turns to keep the loyalty of Chandra rising. And now he gets the payoff. He gets to turn this into yet another removal spell effectively.
Debating what to do here with the Chandra Torch of Defiance.
And there it is.
Just saying, I hope you don't have company into a pump spell.
Yeah, that would be the absolute disaster.
Yeah.
Right? That would just be the oh no scenario. Right. But Jensen knows that that's not it now that the Ranger Captain has been sacrificed. That shouldn't affect his plan here, though, right? He just has a Seasoned Pyromancer in the yard, and that's kind of what he's going to be doing. So
right.
Jensen can just pass the turn back. No need to do it on his turn. Ooh. And it's another land off the top. And we've seen how good this deck can be at top decking, but when it draws a couple of lands in a row, it's brutal. Really devastating for the deck.
All right. I think Jensen here has stabilized. Looking really good this game.
And he gets to once again activate Chandra Torch of Defiance. He's got Kolagon's command in hand, and he gets to get an Inquisition here just to see what's up. And Christian, all he can do is laugh and say, yeah, okay. You figured me out. I got another land in hand, nothing going on.
I can turn off all my stops now, I have a land.
Yeah, we'll just undo all the nonsense. And this is actually going to mean the Den of the Bugbear is going to get activated as well. And this is Jensen very much trying to finish this game. Basically saying, okay, you're going to get one more draw step here, Christian. And if it's a land,
nope,
you're dead. And that's exactly what it was.
Yeah, I think probably Collected Company was the only card there.
Right.
That could have maybe gotten him back.
Chance. Yeah, and he would have had to hit well.
Yep.
And you can see Chandra's now hit Fatal Push, and that'll clear the way for lethal damage here from Huey. He can fire up that Den of the Bugbear once again, and that's going to be game number 2 going to William Huey Jensen. This has been a good one. We've gotten, deep into the game both times, and we got to see kind of what each deck could do, right? We saw Huey use Chandra Torch of Defiance to generate value, And we saw a string of 2-for-1s that are built into the creatures from Christian Houck on game number 1, which is really impressive stuff for a green-white deck. You know, you don't really think of it that way. You know, you're not like, oh, it's a really resilient mid-game deck. You're more thinking it's like, okay, put all my creatures on the battlefield, do I win? And that's not how it plays out.
Now, of course, once again, I mean, we saw this in the last round. Christian Houck's on the play with his aggressive deck. And you know how differently these games can play out when that's the case, when you're the one going Sentinel into Thalia potentially on turn 2. So, you know, this is where it can get really, really difficult here for William Jensen here, depending on
Christian
how
has to look to the sky for inspiration because he's found himself another one-lander. You know, this deck does mulligan somewhat frequently, but he has been mulliganing so much today.
And still winning.
And winning easily. It's been crazy. That mulligan to 5 in the last round, and he's just like perfection. Like, Cedric said you could not craft a better hand at 5 than that. Like, deck has the ability to win on a mull, and that's what he's going to have to do here because he's got a decent hand on the keep, though. No 1-drop. That's certainly of note, especially on the play, but he does have Thalia, Portable Hole, and a Ranger Captain of Eos, plus the lands to cast all of them.
Look at Huey's hand. Jeez.
Whoa, I mean, that's some fire. Feed, Kolaghan's Command, Unholy Heat, Chandra. They're all removal spells, Paul.
4 removal spells.
I mean, 5 if you count Chandra.
Yeah, right.
It's like it's every card in his hand. Wow, okay. So it's going to be Thalia to lead things off, but Huey has the answer with Unholy Heat.
Yeah, and, you know, just want to talk about also Huey's decision to play the Fabled Passage there instead of just Den of the Bugbear. You know, oftentimes you're like, you know, you're playing an aggro deck. I got to keep up Unholy Heat. But then that becomes a disaster if your opponent goes turn 2 Thalia, as you won't actually even be able to use your removal spell.
That's right. Jensen's hip to the game, as they say. Now, the turn 3 play, though, is Ranger Captain of Eos, and this is where it truly shines. We saw it do good work in the late game, but here, like, Esper Sentinel's really nice. And you have to kill the Ranger Captain, so Feed the Swarm's going to kill it. And Jensen can play his Hive of the Eye Tyrant and then pass the turn back. There's Allenbach Escort, all action here for Houck. 3 mana, 5 cards in hand, all spells.
Yeah. However, I mean, again, Huey here's got the Witch's Vengeance here.
Oh, no.
And he's got the land to pay for the Sentinel, too, so this is a clean 3-for-1 here.
Oh, devastating play there from Jensen. And you saw Christian Houck leaned back in his chair. He's like, how does he always have it? And by the way, Jensen's still on all removal spells. All right, he finally found one that isn't.
You know what makes it more tilting, more upsetting, is the fact that Huey only has 1 copy of Witch's Vengeance in his deck, and he's drawn it both games 2 and 3.
That's why Houck was so shocked, right? He's just like,
because
you know, when you have deck lists, oh my goodness, and another 2-for-1 Kolaghan's Command, Luminarch Aspirant's going to hit the battlefield, but Chandra's over there like,
yeah,
that's a nice target. No haste to be spoken of out of green-white, so Chandra's going to be safe this turn, and it's a land off the top for Christian Houck, and Witch's Vengeance looks like it's going to take Huey to a victory. If he can finish off this game, he's going to even up with the #1 player in the field, and they're both going to be 8-1.
Yeah, Houck coming into this round is the only undefeated player left in the tournament.
Well, Jensen had something to say about that, didn't he?
It's like, no more.
Yeah. Hey, if I'm going to have a loss on my record, you are too. That's Jensen's thought process. Now, a couple of nice ones here for Christian, though. He has Luminarch Aspirant and Brutal Cathar in hand. A Magmatic Channeler just hit the battlefield. Nice target for Brutal Cathar, and Chandra's not up to enough loyalty to actually be able to kill the Brutal Cathar. Now, there's more to the story that we happen to know, but of course Christian is just like, hey,
I hope you have nothing.
Hope you don't have it. But it turns out that Jensen has all of it. He's got Feed the Swarm, Noxious Grasp, and now a Dread Horde Arcanist. And look at that, an Inquisition off of the Chandra to take away the Aspirant.
This is what
they thought of when they built this deck, Paul. They're like, this is what we want to do.
This is how this deck's supposed to play out. I mean, you know, when you get to this point in the game, there's just kind of no coming back here. That Witch's Vengeance, how
3 for
savage
1.
was that?
Brutal 3 for 1 off of the Witch's Vengeance. Just devastating. I mean, even somebody, you know, pro player like Christian Houck, you know, you put some, you can do some pretty devastating plays and he'll just go, okay, what do I do next? And you saw him just go, oh my God, and lean back in his chair like he had it again. Jensen nonplussed as normal.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you have to be concerned about here, we know Christian Houck has nothing, but he's got 4 mana untapped, and he said go. At any given point, if you have cards in hand, you have to respect Collected Company. So it's just, you know, we know that he has nothing. We know that Huey probably just wants to attack with the Den of the Bugbear. But again, if that happens, what's the worst case scenario? Christian Houck goes Company, kill your Chandra, all kinds of stuff can happen. So.
Yeah, we should talk about that, Paul, because this is a good moment where Jensen has such a big lead, right? That it does start to become questions about how could I lose, right? And you start thinking about, well, what are the individual cards Christian could top deck, right? All of the creatures, none of them kill Huey, none of them make it so that he loses the game on the spot.
Right.
So the only card then that you lean towards is the Collected Company that you just talked about there. And then it gets a little complicated, right? Because you start to think, okay, well, what are the 2 card combinations that Christian could hit, right? Because Jensen's so far ahead, he actually has the luxury, right, of thinking about these sort of obscure scenarios that are extremely difficult to actually have come up.
Yeah.
By the way, he is going to start slamming now, Paul. Here comes Hive of the Eye Tyrant, Magmatic Channeler, and double Dreadhorde Arcanist, all coming into the red zone. That's 9 damage, and it basically says, okay, Christian, you have to draw Collected Company and hit double awesome, and that's just to not die.
Then that's not going to get it done here.
That's right. Luminarch Aspirant off the top of the library, and a good game here from Christian Houck as he scoops him up, and William Huey Jensen picks up the match 2-1. Really interesting to see those 2 decks go against each other, Paul, especially given how you would think that Arcanist deck would play out versus how it necessarily does. But, you know, in game 3, we saw it actually do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw a good example of what this deck is meant to do in actually all 3 of the games. It's just in game 1, Christian was able to kind of grind through all of that. But again, it's one of those things where if everything lines up properly, and Huey's hand in game 3 was just absolutely incredible, right? Just all removal spells with the sweeper. I mean, if you draw those cards, you're gonna do well. But you know, there's a reason also Christian coming into this was 8-0. This humans deck has just shown to be extremely resilient, extremely powerful, and you know, I expect good things here from Christian Houck still moving forward here.
Yeah, same. They're both 8-1 now going forward into the tournament. We're gonna take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have more historic for you. On the other side, we've got Luca Moretti versus Tim Mcsavony. Don't go anywhere.
Be right back, guys. That was freaking crazy match.
The name of the game is Ramp, as Jund Citadel tries to get Bolas' Citadel out as quickly as possible and end the game on the spot. The flexibility of Archmage's Charm gives Dimir control game at all points of the game, and Fatal Push and Shark Typhoon do a great job of attacking the polarizing matchups it may face.
And welcome back to coverage here of the Innistrad Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We've got historic for you lined up. We just watched a really nice 3-game match between William P. Jensen and Christian Houck. We're going to transition now to our next match between two players who have a 7-1 record. That's Luca Moretti on the left, and on the right, it's Tim Mcsavony. And you can see two very different approaches to the format, Paul. Jund Citadel for Luca, and on the other side, Dimir control.
I'm curious what that little blue mana symbol on Jund Citadel is for.
Yeah, what's that all about? We'll get that sorted out. We'll figure it out. Little splashy splash for something.
Yeah.
Normally just Jund, right? That's
right.
That's it.
Yeah, and so as you can see, yesterday we saw the various versions of kind of the Jund Sacrifice deck, right? This one, it's Jund Citadel. So what it's really looking to do is play a lot more ramp effects to kind of turbocharge into a Bolas' Citadel, and in this case, also Corvold Faker's King. So instead of playing the Cat Oven engine that you see in a lot of the other sacrifice strategies, you're just playing Llanowar Elves, Prosperous Innkeepers, and really just want to cast one of your heavy hitters as early as possible.
I like that. I like the stripped down version here. That makes a lot of sense. By the way, I found it. It's Teachings of the Archaics for Luca in the sideboard for learning lessons, etc.
Nice. Yeah, it looks like the deck plays 4 copies of Eye Twitch as just an extra creature to sacrifice, and as a result, they just wanted to make sure that he had the appropriate targets to learn for, and that's a powerful enough one that he decided it was worth playing.
All right, and Yawgmoth Thran Physician off the top of the library, but you see Archmage's Charm there in hand for Tim, and at the ready.
Yeah, playing against a pure control deck seems like it could be pretty tough, right? Because the whole game plan here is to ramp, and try to resolve one of your heavy hitters. And if they just counter the heavy hitters, you're just left with a bunch of Gilded Geese and Llanowar Elves in play.
Yeah, that's really tough strategy to take in, especially if you're not going for hand disruption or some way to kind of protect those things. And usually these decks don't have room for stuff like Thoughtseize. You don't see them in these builds.
Right. I mean, you're really trying to maximize the ability to play Bolas' Citadel on turn 4 or 5, and as a result, you just can't afford to play all those interactive effects.
Now we see Luca kind of churning through the library here with Yawgmoth, but there's Behold the Multiverse. I mean, Tim's saying, look, you didn't even give me anything to bother countering here, so I'm just going to draw a bunch of cards. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, he is happy taking 2 damage a turn here to just continue getting ahead on cards.
Yeah, Yawgmoth Thran Physician really good in creature matchups.
Yeah.
And it can do enough work against non-creature matchups, but just as a creature, it's not great. It's 2/4, right? Like you said, Tim's just like, sure, take it.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Luca utilize the ability where, now that he has enough mana, it's like, look, I can sacrifice my mana creatures here to cycle through them, essentially, right? And find other threats, but not presenting much of a clock here at the moment.
Luca's going to sacrifice a treasure to the dispute to get some cards rolling, and here's some pressure. Mayhem Devil. That's the kind of card that even if your opponent isn't playing creatures, you could just throw the triggers upstairs and just make a nice little clock.
All right, well, now this is actually a reasonable board here.
Yeah, the Shadow's Verdict in hand for Tim is looking really nice.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's another Behold the Multiverse. Giving Tim this much time, still sitting at 14 life, feels like his Dimir control deck's going to be able to find all the tools it needs to get the job done.
Yeah. However, if he does go for the Shadow's Verdict this turn, that will leave the window open for Luca to potentially top deck that Citadel and cast it and resolve it.
Yeah, so the question from Tim's perspective is just, does he need to just go for the big sweeper play and cross his fingers? He doesn't know about the other card in hand here. It happens to be a redundant Yawgmoth, but...
Yeah, I'm wondering if he, given the pressure, given what's on the board right now, he might have wanted to consider just countering this Mayhem Devil.
Yeah.
It's now just going to be in play, and going to be getting in for a good chunk of damage this turn.
Yeah, it's in itself a clock, right? It is plenty enough. And we see Vraska's Contempt.
And this will prevent the life gain.
Yeah, it's actually a 3 damage swing there. Instead of gaining 2, he lost 1 on it.
Man, Luca plays fast.
Really fast. I love it. Go, Luca. That super speed is awesome.
Plays one way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Tim has to cast Shadow's Verdict here at this point. I don't think just playing a Hullbreaker Horror here will be enough. Although maybe it will. I mean, you can cast it to block the Mayhem Devil. And then you'll take 5.
Yeah.
So
it feels risky, but it honestly either line here takes on some fairly significant risk. How over is the game from Tim's perspective if Luca does get to play the Citadel? Is it just like, well, GG?
Well, I mean, there's always the chance of missing, right? If you just hit back-to-back lands, that'll make it so that you'll miss. So it's not just game over, but the thing is, I mean, with this Dimir deck, once that Citadel enters the battlefield, not a whole lot of ways to kind of get rid of it.
It's just staying there. All right, here it is, Shadow's Verdict. This is going to prompt some action from Luca. So he'll cash in some of his creatures for cards here and also throw a bunch of damage upstairs to Tim.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. This sweeper, it helps get rid of what's on the battlefield, but Luca's not going to be down on cards here, right? With this Yawgmoth that's in play, he can just sack all of his creatures with Yawgmoth and kind of fill up again and give himself a really good shot here at finding that Bolas' Citadel.
Yeah, and Yawgmoth is still going to be on the battlefield too, and Tim's life total is going to be really low after this.
Yeah, and again, there was that one turn. Oh, that's a Citadel. That's a Citadel.
Actually find the Citadel. Wow, yeah, it looks like, walking that fine line, it's just been a little too close here for Tim, and he's going to be down to 2, and there's going to be a Citadel on the battlefield. Here comes Gilded Goose. Now the fireworks really start. Another Gilded Goose. A land, and then, okay, he finally hit a stopping point, at least for a second here.
But he can Deadly Dispute here.
Yeah.
Draw more cards.
Yeah, he used the tower to get the 2 mana. He's going to sacrifice a food.
Remember,
and now he's back on again. There's a Llanowar Elves.
Remember, he only needs 10 permanents in play here to definitively kill Tim with Bolas' Citadel's secondary ability.
That's right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He's still going.
We got 7 here. I wonder if he's considering playing Prosperous Innkeeper.
He is. Now this is keeping him, he's losing permanent count a little bit by doing this, but these treasures are working.
But keep in mind, now with the Innkeeper in play, you can play more things. He has a Yawgmoth in play, so he can continue drawing cards here by sacrificing creatures, right?
This is incredible stuff from Luca Moretti, really putting on a show for us in the feature match area here. Poor Tim, he can just sit there and look on. He doesn't have any interaction.
You probably don't want to spend 4 life here on the Yawgmoth. Is he going to sack another thing here?
You bet he is. Luca's going all out. I mean, he look at it and he's saying, what are you going to do? Kill me out of nowhere? You're a blue-black control deck.
And this should do it, right? I mean, I think this is going to be 10 permanents very soon.
Yeah,
with the Prosperous Innkeeper.
With the Innkeeper, because that's 2 permanents. And a flurry finish here for Luca Moretti in game number 1. And you see that Bolas' Citadel getting activated, and bang, that's 10 damage.
10
and he's got
to
a
your
whole bunch of other
face.
triggers to manage here, but they're not going to be relevant as Tim's going to be at -6 life, and that's game number 1 going to Luke Moretti. Woo!
That was fun.
And you can tell he's played the absolute heck out of this deck too. He is just
I sure hope so,
flying
given the
through.
speed at which he was playing it.
Yeah.
Wow.
He even sideboarded really fast.
Yeah. Wait, what happened? Oh, he's done. He's ready.
He submitted, and
He's
he
ready
actually
to
made
go.
changes too. He's like this, that, Smith.
Yeah. He's got somewhere to be. He's
Well, if he keeps playing like that, there's somewhere he's going to be as a top 8. He's 7-1 already. Now he's up a game over Tim. Also of note here, Tim was our undefeated player overnight, 7-0. So he picked up a loss here in the first round of day 2. And he wants to scrap back here and try to get back on track, but still that really strong record for Tim, especially given, he sent me a couple of tweets. I know he talked to Maria as well. He's a limited player, right? Tim's the type of player that loads up Arena, and then his hand, like a Ouija board, just magically goes to the draft button and clicks it and just prevents you from doing anything else. I know I suffer from the same affliction. And, he's like, I don't know what I'm doing in Constructed, but, I don't know. He's 7-1. Maybe he's got a new hobby here.
I feel like that's, I'm like, you can't have no idea what you're doing and be 7-0 going into day 2. I think he's done pretty well for himself. And, but yeah, weren't you even, playing some limited matches coming into this too? So I know you can't help yourself.
No.
Oh, no, of course. No. It was constructed matches.
Yeah.
Constructed matches.
Right. 60 card decks for life. You know me.
Yeah.
All right, game number 2. Go ahead, Paul.
But just one thing that I want to talk about in that last game, Tim had so many cards there, right? And he was really I think part of how that game played out was he was so concerned probably about the potential of a Bolas' Citadel that he really valued keeping that counterspell in his hand, that Archmage's Charm, for that potential 6-drop. But then the Mayhem Devil just did a ton of damage to him in that game. So
yes. Yeah, that's always tough, right? You always have to balance that out. And as often as the case, if you go in the middle, it's very punishing. Magic rewards you for kind of taking a stance, saying, okay, I'm going to take the risk. If you have the Citadel, you win, but if you don't, I win. And I don't think you have it or whatever, and making that play. There's Thoughtseize, by the way, from Moretti, as he's brought in 4 of those from his sideboard. We talked about that in game 1, that they don't usually run them in the main, and Lucas got 4 on the board, and he just brought them in. And he took an Archmage's Charm with it. Ooh, there's a Citadel.
Really nice.
Down the line.
Really nice turn here for Tim. Being able to go Thoughtseize into Behold the Multiverse here on turn 3.
Very nice, yeah. Okay, Torrential Gearhook, Fatal Push, and some lands in hand here for Tim. He could use a little more action as far as card draw goes, but let's see what happens here. Prosperous Innkeeper's going to hit.
I'm not gonna lie. I am barely keeping up with the speed at which Luca's playing.
Luca is flying through his turns, really crazy.
I think Tim's gonna be okay with this. I wonder if Luca's gonna wait for a Thoughtseize or if he's just gonna go for it here. He doesn't have a whole lot here in his hand, right? Like, as the game goes longer, does his chance of winning get better? Should he just go for the Citadel and hope?
He's going for the Citadel,
He's
Paul.
going for it.
Man, Luca Moretti with no
Yes.
chill whatsoever. And all that can happen here is Tim can use Fatal Push to take out a creature.
I
He
love
could do
it.
again if he wanted. But this Citadel for Luca's going to resolve.
I'm sure Tim's thinking to himself, really? I got 5 mana up, man. I'm playing a blue deck.
5 mana, 5 cards in hand. You know a couple of them, fair enough, but I've got 3 unknowns, and you're just going to run out the Citadel? And Luca's like, yep.
Yes, that's what I'm going to do here.
And now there's a Citadel in play. 19 life for Luca. Now, he did brick there. He hit a land, but he's in really good shape now.
I don't.
Oh, he had another Citadel. He's gonna play it.
Is he
and
gonna
another
play it?
Citadel? Oh no! Triple Citadels.
This is painful.
Is he gonna play it? He's gonna start with Llanowar Elves.
Yeah, wow, that was the one moment where I feel like Luka actually slowed down. You know, he also probably wanted to play a green source untapped there. Maybe the Crag Crown pathway to make a food here with that goose that's in play.
Oh, sure.
Crack some food, gain some life.
Yeah, you know, the reason he didn't play the Citadel is because life equals cards now.
Right. Keep in mind...
All of it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at Tim's list, the only way he has to actually deal with a Bolas' Citadel that's in play is to draw his one copy of Hullbreaker Horror and then cast a spell afterwards.
Oh, wow, that's very difficult. Now, interesting to note, he does have Shark Typhoon here. And I wonder if there's a world where he could overwhelm the board. He's at 14, right? So he's not dead to a Bolas' Citadel activation. Wow, two back-to-back lands. Really tough here for Luka. He went
That
Citadel, land. Like, that's like the worst you could line up.
Yeah, and I wonder if not playing a green source might cost him here, right? Because that's an extra 3 life. He would have made that food, and now, I mean, Tim is putting some pressure on here. We do have the Gear Hulk here. We do have a Shark Typhoon for 5. This is a pretty quick clock here.
It is, and, you know, again, life equals cards here for Luka Moretti. You know, he can soak up a little bit of the damage, but he kind of needs to so he can take advantage of that Citadel. He could run away with the game easily, but he needs that life total buffer to make it work. He's going to block with the Goose, make a food, sack the food. Man, that food was sacked before it hit the battlefield. And then double chump block here to keep him at a clean 20. And this is going to get him a chance to go off. He's going to kick off the festivities with Yawgmoth. Now he sees Blood Crypt. Okay, play a land for the turn. Just don't be another land under there, Luka. It is another land under there.
Oh, that is rough.
Oops. Yeah, super tough. This Citadel has not yielded the type of gains that we're normally used to seeing. He's also lacked the ability to manipulate the top part of his library here, and that's been really important. You know, last time we saw him with Yawgmoth there, able to do things, and then he was sacrificing creatures to draw cards, and he could really kind of clear away the top. He doesn't have that this time.
Yeah. And now, I mean, Luka's just got one turn here, right? To try to play a flurry of spells, but he's going to be down to 6 life. So he can't even play that much.
No,
and
we're looking at Archmage's Charm and Censor in hand now as well.
Oh, this is a 3 damage Thoughtseize?
Pricey Thoughtseize, but not a bad draw. It will get the counter out of hand here. What's underneath it? Oh, it's Korvold. He can't even play it.
Well, he could and go to 0 if.
Oh, good point, Paul. No,
I think
you're right.
Oh no, he went with the concede. Okay.
He went the other way. All right, so a very interesting game where Luka Moretti just brazenly ran out the house, as we call it, and it actually worked. And then somehow he ran horrible with it.
Yeah.
Found no ability to manipulate the top card of his library, and then just went Citadel, land, and then like Thoughtseize into 6-drop or 5-drop.
That
or
was
whatever.
Yeah. I mean that's probably one of the worst Citadels I've seen.
Definitely.
Right? I mean, you cast the Citadel there with 20 life and just basically whiff over the course of the next 3 to 4 turns.
That does not happen very often. And it did take a specific set of circumstances there for Luka to find himself in that position. Specifically, again, the lack of ability to manipulate the top card of his library, which he has many ways to do. But then also you just have to run bad, right? It just has to be land, you know, a couple of those times. And that's what happened. Tim says, thank goodness for that. I'll take it. He was able to turn his game plan around, start smashing with 5-powered creatures, and put enough pressure on the life total of Luka so that he could limit what the Bolas' Citadel could do. And he finds himself with a win. These guys now going at it to see who's going to be 8-1, join William Huey Jensen at that rank. And it looks like a mulligan now from Luka.
Yeah. Solid hand here after the mulligan, though. You kind of want to keep everything here. Yeah, and it looks like he was choosing between the Yawgmoth there and the Deadly Dispute.
Gilded Goose starts things off here. Tap land, though, for Tim. But he's got a lot of interaction there with the Fatal Push and the Thoughtseize and another Fatal Push, though he's going to lose something here.
Yeah, I think, I mean, if he really wants that Yawgmoth to resolve, might take the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, that's what he did. Yeah, if he draws a land, he can play it next turn. Whoop, it's another Thoughtseize, though. Oh, he'll take it.
Yeah, and since he missed the land drop, this is where you kind of wish you had that Deadly Dispute to sack the Eye Twitch, draw some cards.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to take away Censor. That's going to see Fatal Push take down the Gilded Goose here on Tim's side. He's still got Fatal Push and a Memory Deluge to go with lands in hand now. He's going to play a land and pass the turn back. He'll leave the Eye Twitches on the battlefield, and Luca's just going to start jamming, and he's on all 1/1s here, Paul.
Right, and he has no way to sacrifice this Eye Twitch just yet, and he's still 2 turns away here from being able to play out that Yawgmoth.
And what a draw there. Archmage's Charm off the top for Tim gives him the ability to kind of hold off if he'd like. Let's see, he wants to get that Memory Deluge on the stack.
Is he going to steal the elf?
Oh, that would be kind of sweet. He
There
is! Give me that elf, he says. And he's got it now. And you know, one thing a control deck would always love to have is a little bit of ramp, right? They don't have room for it in the shell, but like Llanowar Elf in your control deck is real nice. Especially when you've got cards like this, Behold the Multiverse, Memory Deluge, and he's going to be quite easily able to refill the hand and come up with a bunch of action.
Yeah. Likely going for the Deluge here. The more mana efficient play.
That's right.
And now if you can find something like a Gear Hulk.
Gear Hulk, sure.
Gear Hulk would be great.
Looks like it was Vraska's Contempt. He's also got Censor from it. But don't worry if you're Dimir Control fan. He's still got the Behold the Multiverse to load up as well.
Yeah, he has all kinds of...
It's been a tough one for Luca, never quite getting to that 4th mana. And, you know, Tim helped him along that path as well. He killed 2 of his mana creatures, or stole 1 and killed 1. Wow, that's aggro.
Right. But also, you see a card like Eye Twitch, and, you know, it's a role player, but you also see, just by itself, in a vacuum, not all that powerful, right? If you can't find a way to sacrifice the Eye Twitches, they just really don't do enough.
Yeah, that one earned a Vraska's Contempt somehow. That's probably the best the Eye Twitch was going to do anyway. Yeah. Here's Behold the Multiverse now.
I've seen Tim do this previously.
Oh, I want that other Behold.
You want that Behold? You want to make sure that you...
Always beholding. Always beholding, Paul.
I mean, I think maybe because he's got the Deluge in his graveyard, he thinks that that's going to be enough. But, I mean, you just... At this point in the game, with all the mana that you have, I just feel like you just want to keep at least those card draw effects.
Yeah, start chaining them together. Though, that being said, he's not wrong. The Deluge is very powerful here, and it's going to find him, well, a Shark Typhoon to kick off the festivities, and looks like perhaps a Thoughtseize as well.
And this, I am not saying this in a ridiculous fashion. I wonder if it is actually correct to cast Shark Typhoon.
To hard cast it?
Yeah.
Talk to me, Paul. Bring some logic my way, you know?
Well, just the Jund deck doesn't really have a way to deal with the Shark Typhoon that's in play. And it also is just a really good way to, you know, kind of slow down the Eye Twitches and all that stuff that's in play. You're now down to 8 life, right? If you make a big token and Luca Moretti, I mean, does he have a removal spell for it? Oh, it doesn't look like he has a whole lot of removal.
Another Eye Twitch? Like how many eyes good?
Look, also you know the audience wants to see that too. So
the chat is going nuts for hard cast, but it looks like the answer is going to be no this time. So Tim putting us to bed without our dessert this time. Just a 2/2, but it does gobble up an Eye Twitch.
I think we're gonna censor this one.
Yeah. Very difficult to turn down.
I don't know. What are you saving the censor for?
Not just to cycle it, I suppose. Otherwise.
Yeah, but I mean, you're at 7 life.
Yeah, I think keeping that board state clear is even better.
Huh. Now you can't attack with... I mean, he's got the Gear Hulk, so he's going to be okay here.
Still, there's Deadly Dispute on the iTwitch. Finally, one of these iTwitches does something besides just beat down. Although I shouldn't diss him too hard because Tim's down to 7 and it was mostly iTwitch damage. But there's the Gear Hulk, the big heavy hitter. And what is it going to get back?
Likely a
Archmage's
counterspell for the
Charm?
Dispute.
Yeah.
Just, you know, this prevents the card draw here from the
It's really
Deadly Dispute.
nice. Yeah, I mean, still loses the creature out of the deal too. Containment Breach. That's an answer for the Gear Hulk. Yeah, Luca really doing a nice job with the Lesson and Learn package. Getting silver bullets here.
Oh,
but it fancies to clear it away. Very nice. How the heck is Luca still on 3 lands? Look at the land disparity right now. Like, it's 9-3? Like, what happened? It was just all eye twitches?
But, you know, that also means Luca's been playing a spell every single turn. It's just so many of them have been low impact, right? I mean, you're playing... It was just a bunch of eye twitches. Yeah, it's just a bunch of eye twitches, so...
Weird draw here from Luca. Just drawing the absolute cheapest cards over and over and over again. Ooh, another Gear Hulk there. That's got to be good news here for Tim Mcsavony as he's closing this thing out against an awkward draw from his opponent, Luca Moretti.
Gaining, okay. Yeah, and this should do it here. I mean, we got a Gear Hulk here, probably going to be targeting a Behold the Multiverse. Yeah.
And that is going to do it as we see Luca Moretti go to the concede stage of the game here. And what a comeback there for Tim Mcsavony. A great win for him. He escaped that second game, Paul, with the, he's like, oh no, there's Bolas' Citadel, and somehow found a way to win by beating down. And a nice win there for him as an awkward draw for Luca just drew a bunch of his low impact spells over the course of that game.
Yeah, I mean, that game 3 was just, he was almost never going to win that game just because of how awkward his draw was. Game 2 is the one that he's probably going to be looking back on thinking, man, I went for my Citadel, it resolved, and my deck basically just failed me for that one game.
Yeah, and that's kind of what it seemed like, Paul, overall, right? The deck just kind of failed him on those last 2 games. All right, well, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back with more right after this.
Hey, what's happening? How's it going, guys? Checking in. How's everybody doing? Hope you got your beverages and snacks. I've had a good dinner. Is it Control? Not many cards I recognize there. Okay, a few more on this one. Lots of people on this one. I'm not entirely sure, Christopher, to be perfectly honest. I think they'll tell us right after this. It usually goes back to the news desk, or whatever they call it. Piotr Glogowski, also known as Canister. Is it Epiphany and Historic with Niv Mizzet Parun? That would be hectic. Simon Gordson. Okay, is it Phoenix? Delver. This one is the weirdest looking one.
What's up, friends? Welcome back to coverage of the Innistrad Championship. Hope you're having a great time here, hanging out with us on day 2 of competition with 9 rounds under our belts. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where things are at after 9 rounds of competition. No undefeated players left. We do have 5 players, though, at 8-1. And one I want to call out is there in 5th place right now, Yuki Ichikawa, top 8'd 2 back-to-back Pro Tours in 2013 and 2014. That's on top of 4 Grand Prix wins and 9 Grand Prix top 8s. So this guy is great at Magic. We've also got all sorts of awesome names on our leaderboard, and they have been that way since we started the tournament, which is really, really cool. Well, now we've got an interview with William Huey Jensen, who is one of those players at 8-1. Talk to Corey after his win last round.
Aha.
All right, everybody, I am here with William Huey Jensen, who just picked up the win against Christian Houck here to land yourself at an 8-1 record. How you feeling, buddy?
Feel pretty good. I got a great night's sleep.
Okay.
And I made it through 2 superstars so far. So despite my best efforts in that one, but I still got there. So,
yeah,
you know, happy to be 8-1.
Excellent. Yeah. So Rakdos Arcanist is a deck that's usually really good up against other creature strategies, but Celestia, I know you and your team have struggled with a little bit more. Why is this matchup so much different?
Well, Esper Sentinel's a real problem, actually. Like, if they play Esper Sentinel, particularly on the play, like, you can't play your discard till the 2nd turn without giving them a card back. And when you're playing a bunch of 1-for-1s, you can't afford to be giving them a card back. And if they ever do something like curve Esper Sentinel into Thalia's Lieutenant, or Esper Sentinel into Thalia, or Esper Sentinel into Luminarch Aspirant, it's, like, very hard then to even trade 1-for-1 for the Esper Sentinel, which is a 1-mana 1-1. So that can really make things challenging. And obviously Collected Company is a card where, I mean, if you saw the match, I sort of played around it off the top every turn for like the last 4 turns of the game. I was just like throwing Thoughtseizes in the graveyard against what was almost definitely a land, just because if it was a Collected Company, I needed to be able to do something, right? And
yeah.
So if they ever draw that on the right turn, you can just lose on the spot, which also makes it kind of challenging.
Yeah, it's a frustrating card to play against, that's for sure. Well, Huey, congratulations for being 8-1. You got a lot of tournament ahead of you, but I love your historic deck and I love your chances. So good luck in the rest, buddy.
Thanks, Corey. Love you too.
Oh, we love you, Huey. Good job. I'm so glad that you're doing well. What a great guy. That's William Huey Jensen sitting at 8-1. Well, the most popular deck in Historic this weekend is Celestia Humans. How do the players in the tournament feel about bringing it this weekend or playing against it? We asked them. Let's listen in.
The defining element of Humans is the tribal synergy that gives it a lot of oomph. Its early creatures are all humans, Thalia's Lieutenant buffs humans, and Adeline will make your board go wide with more humans, and that gives the deck a lot more punch than decks with all of the disruptive elements that it packs in usually gets to do.
I think Celestia Humans is kind of similar to a white-green Hate Bears out of Modern, because you've got your disruptive cards like that really kind of tax what control players or other players are trying to do, and you've got those interactive creatures, but it's also got a super quick clock.
The Celestia Human deck is able to leverage a mix of very fast, aggressive creatures along with the slower, disruptive ones to create sort of a really hard to answer game plan that also kills you really quickly.
Mono White Humans is about as versatile as an aggro deck gets. Yes, its goal is to attack you, but the ways that it's attacking your game plan at the same time as your life total differ for each matchup.
Celestia Humans is not a deck where you've got a ton of decisions until you reach like turns 3 and 4, where you, because the deck plays a lot of 3-drops.
If you're not used to playing against Collected Company, it's a card that usually defines the whole game. There is a before collected company in the game where you just face normal aggressive creatures, and then there is the phase where they stay open and you have to think about every possible card they could hit out of company. And like usually you have to tell yourself it's going to be 2 good creatures, so you have to plan accordingly.
This deck definitely rewards people who are good at math and know how to do combat math, because especially with the Thalia's Lieutenant triggers, figuring out how big your creatures are is a big part of the deck, and knowing how much damage you can deal in a single turn.
Selesnya Humans is a deck that has some noticeable weaknesses. It tries to fight those weaknesses by playing disruptive elements like Thalia to make board wipes in particular, which are really brutal against it, cost more. I have found a little card called Kervik that functions essentially as a board wipe without getting taxed, so I'm really hoping to exploit the deck through that.
Selesnya requires you to think about which creature to play first, how to advance on the board, but also you have all the collected company little sub-games where you have to think about what you need to hit at specific points. And for example, an Elite Spellbinder on your opponent's draw step can be quite devastating.
Selesnya Humans is, in my opinion, just the best deck in Historic. I found it to be just a really strong overall deck, and it's a creature deck. So it's just got a mix of everything, and I like it a lot.
And that is a look at Selesnya Humans. Welcome back to the virtual news desk. Got Mani Devuti and Corey Baumeister hanging out with me today as we set up round number 10 here at the Innistrad Championship. Let's find out who we're going to see do battle down in our feature match area. Ooh, a German match here. Kai Buddha versus Christian Houck. Rakdos Arcanist for Buddha, Selesnya Humans for Christian Houck. Let's get to meet these players. I mean, Kai Buddha, does he need an introduction? I'll give him one anyway. He's in the Hall of Fame. 1999 World Champion, 4-time Player of the Year, 7 titles. He's one of the greatest to play the game. Playing Rakdos Arcanist, 11 top finishes, 71.8% historic win rate. Take a look at Christian Houck there in the Rivals League, running Selesnya Humans this weekend, 72.1% historic win rate, which is also awesome. Learned to play Magic at school back in the day from his friends. He's been playing for a long time, just like Buddha, since 1995. So let's take a look at these 2 decks here, Mani. Talk me through this matchup.
Maria, I've seen this movie before. In fact, we all have just last round, as this is William Hugh Jensen's teammate Kai Buddha in the exact same matchup that William just won. This Rakdos Arcanist deck is excellent at attacking your opponent's hand, but one of the issues that we have seen is they're not great against top decks, and with cards like Ranger Captain of Eos and Collected Company available for the Humans deck, sometimes they can struggle to keep up in the mid game when the Humans deck is playing off the top. Nonetheless, there is certainly ways to win the game for Rakdos Arcanist. For Humans, Christian Houck is looking for redemption here after having just lost this matchup, and will really be relying on those power cards like Esper Sentinel and Thalia, as well as Hamlet Vanguard, to try to get some of the job done, and can't stress the importance of Ranger Captain of Eos and Collected Company enough when we get to those mid-game stalls where he's empty-handed.
All right, that's a look at the decks, but what about our predictions? Let's find out who's going to win this round, at least in our minds. Corey Baumeister, you lead the field here. I'm a Palisade Giant. Womp womp. Who's going to win here?
Nice. Yeah, you know, so Christian Houck may have just lost this match, but it is a fact he has never lost back-to-back matches in this tournament, so I'm going for Christian Houck.
All right, I mean, I can't argue with that. Mani, who are you picking?
I'm not one to learn from my mistakes, so I'll double down on Christian Houck.
All right, and I, of course, learned from Mani's mistake, so I'm going to take Kai Buddha. That's how this works, okay? I got to get a chance here to get my numbers up. Play it along at home, see if you do better than us at our predictions. We got round number 10 coming up here from the Innistrad Championship. Who's it going to be in the match of these 2 hard-hitting Germans, Kai Buddha or Christian Houck? Find out when we come back.
Hey guys, just a quick reminder for those of you that are watching, in about quarter of an hour there's going to be a power outage in my area. Luckily I'm on a laptop, so my battery will last for about another hour after that. So we've got probably about another hour and a quarter of stream before I lose all power. After that, as soon as the electricity comes back on, I will fire up the stream again. So just jump back on. We'll miss a little bit there in the middle, but it is what it is. Power outages. But all right, enjoy the next match. Thanks for watching. Peace.
Welcome back to coverage of the Innistrad Championship, everybody. I am Ailey Loney alongside Cedric Phillips, and we have an absolute slugfest coming up next. It's going to be a repeat of what we just seen, but this time it's Kai Buddha versus Christian Houck, Rakdos Arcanist versus Selesnya Company. Now, Cedric, do you think we're going to see anything different to what happened in the last round, or is it going to be much of the same?
I think there'll be one minor difference. Kai is going to win instead of William Huey Jensen. That's about the only difference. Unfortunately for Christian Houck, who I think has just run into a very difficult matchup here. As much as I love this Selesnya Humans deck, I just don't think it's particularly well positioned in this matchup. I suppose this deck could draw enough collected companies to be able to keep up, but Kai's deck has plenty of spot removal and interaction to be able to kind of mess around with what they're trying to do. Though I suppose if you have no lands, it makes things very difficult.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to do stuff if you have no mana to cast your spells, but the second hand doesn't look much better, but at least we can cast stuff, so he's got that going for him.
I think there's some upside on taking another mulligan here if you're Kai. If you keep this hand, you're almost certainly putting Sorin back, but if you mulligan this, you can mulligan into I think a totally functional 5. No one likes mulliganing to 5 cards, of course, but I think it's appropriate. But we'll see what Kai wants to do. For Houck, hand is fine. It's not great. It's good enough. You've got a 1-drop. It's not the best 1-drop in this matchup, but you got a 1-drop. You've got other things to do. So it looks like he's actually going to put Kroxa back. Okay, as opposed to Sorin. I'm a little surprised by that, but ignoring that, I'm also a little surprised that he kept this hand. But he does have plenty of interaction. So we'll see how things do kind of shape up here with Kai on the play.
Yeah, just hope that the top of the library is kind to him and finds him that second land. Esper Sentinel, turn 1. There's another Haunted Ridge. It's a land. We'll take it. It's not the best, but hey, it's something. Now, here's the question. When do we start attacking the hand, and when do we get rid of the Sentinel?
I think I'm fine just taking a lick from this Sentinel. You know, it's not the fastest of clocks. It is, well, it gets annoying now that there's a Thalia.
That's a really good draw.
Yeah, that was an excellent draw step there for Houck. Step 1 is just getting the beatdowns on here. Not surprised to see Kai take this. Now Houck's going to play Thalia, and now I'm curious if Kai will respond.
Yeah, because with Thalia out, you can't kill her. And she does tax all the non-creature spells, so is it time to kill the Sentinel? Will Kai just hang back and get it the next turn round? Esper Sentinel is going to be the recipient of Unholy Heat, draws a card for Christian Houck, who finds a plane. So land number 3 online there for Houck.
Yeah, and that's pretty huge, that draw step there for Houck off the Esper Sentinel. Really does turn the hand on now as far as Adeline and Ranger Captain of Eos are concerned. One step closer to a collected company. Yes, company does cost 5 right now, excuse me, but chances of that remaining to be the case seem pretty low because at some point Kai probably has to get this Thalia off the battlefield.
Exactly right. Gonna look at the hand first with Inquisition of Kozilek. and find a Giant Killer, Adeline, or a Ranger Captain of Eos. Now, what sucks the most here for the Arcanist player?
Well, you can see Kai's face there. This is the same face that I'm making that you can't see, which is this is a painful Inquisition because there are a couple different cards to select here. Ranger Captain of Eos and Adeline, I think, are the two cards in question here. I don't think Giant Killer is really in the equation. Adeline's the scariest card, so there you go.
Another Ranger Captain. Adeline gets taken care of, though. Ranger Captain can go and find a 1-drop. Let's see what he fishes out from the library. Will it be another Esper Sentinel? It sure will be. So now just needs to find land number 4 to get things rocking here. Ooh. No land, though.
Yeah, if that one is a stinker, it's going to cost 4, first of all, and go blank. And second of all, not really the matchup that it's meant for here against Lesney Humans. So arguably Kai's worst draw step.
Yeah. Not what he wanted to see. There's the Croxa. Does that do anything, though, right now? It just gets rid of something extraneous in the hand here of Christian Houck.
Yeah, the advantage here for Houck is slight at this point. If Houck's able to find maybe another land so he can play multiple spells in one turn. Yeah, like that Sun Petal Grove, and it's also a source of green mana. Nice. So, yep, the advantage bar is moving on up, folks, because Houck can play multiple spells in a turn, and he's got green mana available for Collected Company if and when we get to that point. So, really good draw step there for Houck.
Sun Petal Grove will be able to turn on that Collected Company. Talia's going to get taken care of, so Coco will be a go-go with the 4th land coming on down. And who knows, might even find another Talia.
Yeah, it wasn't gonna cost 5 mana for long, that Collected Company. So Thalia's got to get off. Thalia's got to be taken care of. It is taken care of now, but Kai is still in some serious trouble here because just 2 3/3s, ignoring the text on Ranger Captain, which is quite a bit and quite good. 2 3/3s are just quite good right now.
Yeah, and another Esper Sentinel brought to hand here. So Taxman has come a knocking. There's a Blood Crypt, so land number 3 for Kai. It's one of the lands that hurts a bit, though, so he's going to go down to 12. Seasoned Pyromancer will hit the battlefield and will create some 1/1 elementals. Just to gum up this battlefield a bit and keep that life total preserved.
Nothing too great there off the Seasoned Pyromancer and Blood Crypt and Dreadhorde Arcanist. Collected Company, I wouldn't be surprised to see cast main phase here.
Yeah,
there are some real premium hits. That is really not one of them, so... that's a bad break for Houck and a good break there for Kai. Kai's still pretty far behind in this game, but to see that Collected Company be so poor, pretty good news for him.
Yeah, that was not great. At least he found something, though. Luminarch Aspirant can put a counter on the Esper Sentinel to make the tax cost even more. Ranger Captains are getting in there. I like it.
Sentinel might be hanging. Yeah, I'm not too surprised to see that. Double block makes a lot of sense, too. You take 3, go to 9. You get to make a little bit of a trade right now, too.
Yeah, one of these no non-creature spells for you. Cards taken care of. As we'll see a second Esper Sentinel hit the battlefield. Den of the Bugbear is the draw step for Kai. If he wants to get Sorin out, it will cost another 2 life to do so.
And
might need to do it though, just to get that vampire.
Well, this is a little bit interesting here, I guess I would say. If there are enough cards in the graveyard, you can get back Croxa.
Yeah.
And cause Houck to discard the answer to Croxa.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
So, that's pretty good. You've stabilized the battlefield at 7. You've got the best thing going on. And now, if you're Kai, you just kind of got to hope that it's a whiff here from Houck.
Is it a whiff? It's another Talia, so not the worst, but not that great either.
Yeah, but not the best, so that is kind of a whiff in this circumstance.
Now, I'm curious is how many copies of Giant Killer do we have in the main? Just 1, so that was the one answer to the Croxa until Brutal Cathar shows up to the party.
If you're Houck, can you rationalize any attacks here? You do get a Luminarch Aspirant trigger, and I think that's what Houck is thinking right now, which is, can I afford to just say, you know what, everybody into the red zone, there will be some trades, yada, 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 and I have a creature to play post-combat.
Because what, it'll be 3 damage? Down to 4?
You attack with everything. Kai has a... Like, if you put the counter on Esper Sentinel and make it a 2/2, You shove with everything. You probably just have to go 1/1 in front of 1/1. So Elemental in front of Luminarch Aspirant. And then probably Kroxa in front of... You can make an argument for Esper Sentinel or Ranger Captain. If you put Kroxa in front of Ranger Captain, you go down to 3. You have your Kroxa against 2 Esper Sentinels as far as you know, right? You're at 3. You have a 6/6 against 2 2/2s, and then Thalia comes down, and then it's a 6/6 against 3 2-power creatures when you're at 3, so you're conceivably facing lethal. This is a really hard decision to make if you are Christian to attack with everything, and he's not going to. He's just going to play Thalia and pass the turn back.
I like it. Gonna try and get the win with 1 swing. Den of the Bugbear is the land here for Kai. Has Sorin, but now Sorin's more expensive, so no life-linking vampire to save the day. Just Dreadhorde Arcanist. As the playable Inquisition of Kozilek has nothing to hit right now.
Big draw step here again for Houck as Kai is continually trying to stabilize. That's pretty good.
Ooh, that's
pretty
big.
Good. That's a big O.
That's a 11/11?
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, that seems pretty good. Kroxa, say hi.
Yeah, that's not what Kai wanted to see.
Oh, that's glorious.
Put a counter somewhere too. Hamlet Vanguard has impressed here this weekend.
Yeah. I wasn't super sure about this card, especially if you top deck it and there's no battlefield, but in situations like this, absolutely awesome to see.
So now here comes Sorin. Yep, that's the fear, right? Because now 2 cards are coming.
Ooh.
You just gotta,
nice.
If you're Kai, you just gotta hope that he whiffs on those hits.
Here's a vampire in the battlefield. Can jump in the way of one of these creatures. Can gain some life.
Still think Houck heavily advantaged right now because he's got a lot of good draws too. Yeah, that. Ooh boy.
Oopsies.
Yeah, that one's a mistake. That one's a mistake by Kai playing the Blood Crypt untapped, with the thought that he could play Inquisition of Kozilek, but he can't because of Thalia. Yeah, that's leaking away 2 points there, unfortunately, for the German Juggernaut.
What's an all-out swing here equal?
4 blocks, biggest creatures, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's going to be some lifelink to work in the equation. So let's put Kai at a
7,
a theoretical 7 because of lifelink. An all-out swing is probably 11/11 gets chump blocked by 1/1. Kroxa eats something, 2/3 doesn't get the best of blocks because Esper Sentinels are 3/3s now, and then Dreadhorde Arcanist doesn't really get the best of blocks either. So I can rationalize attacking with everything here. I can see it. I guess 1/3 goes in front of Thalia. Might just make some sense just to attack with just Hamlet Vanguard. I don't love it. You like to do more than that.
It would get some blockers out the way, but I like it. Push the big red button. Christian Houck is saying, okay, I've had enough. Let's get this show on the road. Swing with everything.
So there's your first block. There's your second block. You get 6/6 in front of one of the 3/3s. And then 1/3 in front of a 3/3, and then you're taking 5. My math good? Let's do that there. You take 6. It's because he took 2 that Houck can make this attack. Yeah, thinking he could cast Inquisition. It's pretty brutal. But remember the lifelink. So again, Kai is at 7 in quotes.
Yeah.
So when all is said and done, Kai would go down to 1.
That is correct.
Okay. And he'd keep his 2/3 lifelinker. So
yeah,
that's
pretty big.
Has Houck made a poor attack? All Kai loses here is the 1/1 elemental. That's it.
Yeah, that's not terrible.
That's not awful.
Next turn, there'll also be Den of the Bugbear to jump up in the way of something.
Potentially.
So
potentially.
Kai could stabilize here.
There are good draw steps here for Kai too.
And
at the
also
very
with Sorin able to help filter a little bit. Granted, won't be able to get anything but land off the top of the library, otherwise it hurts.
Yeah. Kai gonna confirm. I think just to make sure these are the blocks he wants to make. So target creature you control with a +1/+1 counter. Indestructible, sure. So this happens, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Kai loses the elemental. There's the battlefield. Chump blocker.
Soren can also make another vampire with a -2. I don't know if you'd be interested in that right now, though. Because there's no manlands to worry about. You just have 4 creatures on the other side of the battlefield, and you've got a bunch of chumpers that can jump in the way. And Crocs is eating all of the little guys.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to assume if you're Kai that your opponent's card is a brick. If it's company, you can't win anyway, so don't even think about it.
Mm-hmm.
And what else would Christian be holding? Is the question you'd ask. If you drew any creature, you would have played it. So if I'm Kai right now, I say, okay, the card in hand it's like 99% to be a land, whatever. So I'm going to take my turn with that in mind and figure out what's the best thing I can do here. And I'm with you. It might be vampire. I mean, I'd like to keep Soren around, but it might be
Soren.
vampire.
It would be great if Kai could get himself into a position where he's gaining a little bit of extra life.
Yeah.
But then I think we'd see Christian hold back on the attacks until he's able to run Kai over, basically.
Really curious if Kai can afford to make an attack with the 2/3. To like go up to 3 and then you make a 2/3. You make a 2/3 vampire. You play a 1/3.
Without me,
might be better just to not attack at all.
I bring my own army.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna hang back. Thraben Inspector, not a bad draw. Does give the clue token to give another look on top of the library here for Christian.
There's a lot to like about this draw. It's a body when your opponent's at 1. It's a new card, and it's another spell. Yeah. Lot to like.
That's
lots to like about that draw.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
Brutal Cathar able to come on down and grab Crocs, the Titan of Death's Hunger, making attacks even better for Christian Houck. What a draw off of that clue token. Good job, Thraben Inspector.
Yeah. One of the best white 1-drops of all time. Paying off there.
Alright, so Kai is effectively at 5. Can take 3 and double block one of these pesky creatures.
Yeah, you nailed it. So there's your easy block. There's your double. And here's your single. So gonna lose both the Arcanists. Gonna lose. He's just gonna have a vampire left.
Yep.
Up to 2. I don't even know what the best draw is now. I
not
promise
that.
it's not Thoughtseize.
That's not it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna cut it, unfortunately. Even with the Den of the Bugbear available to block, it's just bad news bears for the German Juggernaut, as we're gonna go to sideboards here. And wow, I mean, game number 1, you kind of have to win it as a Selesnya player, because I'm pretty sure things get a little better for Kai post-board.
Well, Kai's got a bunch of goodies to bring in. You can see the graphic. That's going to assist us here with Feed the Swarm, Noxious Grasp, Flame Blessed Bolt, Kalagun's Command, 2 copies of Witch's Vengeance, and a Chandra, and able to get some lesser cards out. We saw how poor that Go Blank was in that game.
Yeah.
Soren's not really at its best. Soul Guide Lantern's horrible. It's not a Croxa matchup. It's not really a Thoughtseize matchup. So bad cards going out, some really good cards coming in. On a Houck side of things, a little bit of removal here and there with Skyclave Apparition. Rest in peace, because Kai's deck does use the graveyard as an extension of his hand. And then the Portable Hole is just kind of it's utility. It's not great. There's going to be times when it's great. There's going to be times where it's horrible. But I can understand why you would bring it in. So Kai's deck gets appreciably better after sideboard, as opposed to Houck's, which just gets some minor tweaks.
Both players almost happy with their selections. Christian just making one more addition there. Another Portable Hole is going to join the fray. Talia's getting cut down a little bit. So we're going to go into game number 2 here between these 2 German superstars. And let's see who can improve their record here at the Innistrad Championship. Let's take a look at these opening hands. Wow, that's a really nice one there for Houck.
Yeah, it's a nice hand for Houck. It's a slow one out the gate here for Kai. So I think you see the look from him of
yeah, the
really,
handshake. He's like,
I mean, he's on the play, but boy, is he slow out the gate, right? So, and this is even more difficult because if Houck doesn't have Esper Sentinel, see, it's not bad, right? You start with Fabled Passage. Okay, Houck does nothing on 1, or maybe it's Thraben Inspector. Sure. You sacrifice Fabled Passage, you go get a Swamp 9, Inquisition you on 2. But because it's Esper Sentinel to start, the Inquisition is going to net Houck a card. And that's pretty darn frustrating. So,
I mean, at least you get to see the card.
Sure. If we're keeping it positive, you are right. You get to see how dead you are. Yeah.
Oh no, he's gonna keep it, much to his chagrin, but let's jump in here and get this underway. Fabled Passage down, Esper Sentinel as the start here for Houck, and Kai doesn't love to see it.
It's a really good first draw step there for Houck as well, and Thalia's Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad draw step there for Kai and Fatal Push.
Nice. Unfortunately, can't do two things this turn though with the tap lands, Fabled Passage and Haunted Ridge. And there comes the Luminarch Aspirant.
Are we going to push now? Well, I guess wait for the trigger. Right. Big.
Yeah.
Gonna use my head here. Use my noggin. Now are we going to push?
Yeah, I mean, gotta preserve life total, right? Gotta get this Esper Sentinel off the battlefield so that you can Inquisition freely next turn.
Yeah, and this is, you can just see, just Esper Sentinel, just all by itself. Just so annoying. Just so darn annoying.
Even more annoying in multiples. Okay, Skyclave Apparitions, the draw.
Kai gonna sack that passage. I gotta imagine it's gonna be a red mana.
Yep, want to be able to get Pyromancer and Chandra going. Another Thoughtseize. Okay, cool, cool, cool.
Look. So what you see here, if you're Kai, you see, oh, a lot of 3-drops, no third land. Okay.
I like his reaction there.
So there's a lot to weigh here. I'm gonna try to go one by one. There's multiple copies of Adeline, so you really can't poke a hole in that. Aspirant is something to do if he doesn't draw a land. Thalia's Lieutenant is something to do if you don't draw a land, but you're probably going to go to Luminarch Aspirant as opposed to Thalia, given what the battlefield looks like. Ranger of Captain of Eos can bring a card along with it. There's a myriad of options there for Houck, but that's something you have to think about if you're Kai, if a third land is drawn. And Skyclave Apparition, there's nothing for it to kill right now. There are cards in your hand that it could kill. Example, Magmatic Channeler. So there's also this risk of like, do I want to play the Channeler and it can get Apparition?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So there's a lot of things to think about with that Inquisition because the game can go a lot of different ways depending on if the land is drawn.
It's not. It's a collected company.
It's not.
Ruh-roh. Kai's going to be happy about that. Thalia's Lieutenant will hit the battlefield, put a counter on Luminarch Aspirant, who's going to start practicing self-love, self-care, giving the counter to itself, and swinging in for 3.
And the plan there, as Unholy Heat is the draw, was please don't draw a third land.
Yes.
And if I can make it out of this turn, just that one turn without drawing a third land, I'm probably going to be okay, right? And now Kai, I think, is doing okay in this game and starting to, it's early, but I'll say start to turn the corner a little bit.
4th land would have been super, super nice, but having a Seasoned Pyromancer here, being able to filter through the cards in hand, gonna discard a couple things. Goodbye, Chandra. Still no 4th land, but 2 Unholy Heats, which are turned on right now, so 6 damage coming via those 2 spells.
Yeah, now how do you want to use a Channeler, if at all? That's really important that Houck draws a third land. Yeah, okay. Well, we got his.
Look at him.
We got the first reaction out of him. He has not been terribly emotive all weekend, and that's incredibly frustrating. And with good with good reason. I feel you, buddy.
Oh my goodness me. Super unfortunate for Christian Houck not finding his land. Kai also not finding his 4th land, but still looking a fair bit better at the moment.
Yeah, because it's so much worse for Houck to miss there than it is for Kai. Houck is the kind of deck that doesn't want to play, like, he doesn't want to play in the long game. That favors Kai, right? Yeah. And so as we kind of, basically, the point I want to illustrate here is the third land now, if it's drawn next turn, it may be too late, right? Because now, if Kai finds a land, then he's got a Planeswalker on the battlefield. He's got ways to defend the Planeswalker, like all this other stuff. Where the third land, now the Unholy Heats are on, so whatever you play with your third land, okay, kill that, untap, draw, blah, right? So the third land really needed to be there. Truth be told, that turn.
Yeah. And I like Kai's thinking now. He's seen that Christian is in big, big trouble, and he's just going to clear the battlefield here potentially and just start smacking.
Yeah, if he wants to get turbo aggressive, he can. And your Channeler is a 4/4, so yeah, you can just go, all right, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8, yeah.
Put you to 10. Your 3-drops aren't that great defensively. And if you brick, it's over. It's just over. It's just over.
Not like this. Christian is thinking to himself, very unfortunate draws here. Just the Esper Sentinel down to chump block. Going to jump in the way of this Magmatic Channeler, or does he want to try and get something off the battlefield here? Nope. Gonna try and stem the bleeding. Down to 6 he goes. Does he find land? It's Luminarch Aspirant. That's not gonna cut it. Inquisition of Kozilek. Still no more lands.
You gotta check here just to make sure if you Witch's Vengeance, you don't want to mess yourself. You want to mess yourself up here a little bit. You're pretty.
There's 2 humans on the battlefield.
Yeah, you're pretty. You're pretty far ahead. Just take a moment, make sure.
I'll do that.
Yep.
Down to 2 goes Houck. He's gonna be Inquisitioned here. Guy's gonna take a look and see what problem cards there are. Stack of Apparition is the target, and we're gonna go to game number 3 here. And yeah, even Kai's shaking his head. He can't believe it.
Well, for Houck there, when it rains, it pours. Never drew the 3rd land. As an aggressive player, I've been there, right? You keep a 2, especially that situation. I've been there for a very long time, right? You keep a 2-lander.
Yeah.
You're on the draw. You have an Esper Sentinel. Sure, that's gonna almost certainly draw you a card. Assuredly, I'll draw a 3rd land.
Yeah, right. Statistically, it's very likely I'll.
The numbers dictate it's coming. Eventually, okay, never.
Yep. Nope. You kind of have to survive to the eventually, but I do enjoy that both players were able to have a bit of a chuckle about that. They haven't suffered sense of humor failure just yet, so we're all good. Let's go. Game number 3. Christian Houck and Kai Buddha. Christian was our final remaining player undefeated, is now sitting at 8-1, and would love to be at 9-1. But he has to get through the German juggernaut, the Hall of Famer, the former world champion, in Kai Buddha. Not an easy task.
Houck not in love with this hand, but can't send it back. You're playing against a deck that has a lot of discard, so you're not going to mulligan looking for 1, 2, 3, in my opinion. So you're just a little slower out of the gate. If you're Kai, probably pretty happy you don't have to worry about Esper Sentinel again.
So I have a question for you, Cedric.
Hit me.
Christian's hand's not that great. You said so. But there are 3 lands in it. How much of an effect does Game 2's draws have on Game 3?
0.
0.
That was then, this is now. That's all. That has no effect on him whatsoever. The hand is playable that he's kept here. It's not the top of his hand, like of his range of opening hands. We've seen those of Sentinel and Nathalia, yada yada. It's a fine hand, but you know that your hand is functional against a deck that has a lot of discard, so you keep and you just play.
Cool.
That's it.
One game at a time. Inquisition of Kozilek gonna take a look ski here and find Apparition Adeline ×2 yet again. And
yep. Can't poke a hole in the Adeline puzzle here because he has 2. So there's some comfort in there.
Yeah. There's an answer in the Noxious Grasp, though, for the next turn round when she does eventually hit the battlefield, so I'll take some comfort in that. One of the copies is going to get gone, and Unholy Heat is eyeing out that Aspirant.
Kai waiting. Okay.
Oh, let's go. Adeline, Resplendent Cathar. Coming on down. Unholy Heat in response. Luminarch Aspirant taken care of. And no attack trigger here to get that 1/1 token.
Now this game looks a lot more like how Kai would like to draw it up. There's no Sentinel, there's no Thalia. He has to kind of just cast his spells and do his stuff. Not really worry too much. And now if you're Houck, your hand's not very good. Now, 4th mana source is nice in case you draw Collected Company #1, but for the most part, your hand's not particularly good. You got an Aspirant, which is just a little baby. Giant Killer, which isn't doing all that much. Apparition doesn't have a target right now. It will down the road. But yeah, Kai's at 21, right? This isn't how you want it to look. Because again, the longer the game goes, the better it is for the red-black player, with Planeswalkers and everything else.
Big thanks here from Christian Houck deciding what he wants to deploy this turn. As you mentioned, Giant Killer's not doing a whole lot, but can come down and be annoying.
Hold the land, hold the land, hold the land.
Tap some stuff.
I kind of want to hold it. Make it seem like I have a spell.
Land off the top here for Kai Buddha. There's a couple of options this turn round. He's going to go to Culligan's Command, though. And we'll see the discard.
Gross.
Brutal. So no more Skyclave Apparition to deal with, no more Luminarch Aspirant to deal with, just a 2/3, which is manageable. Portable Hole has no targets right now. Giant Killer gonna swing on in.
Portable Hole, that one, it's kind of like I said in the sideboarding. It has its moments, but there will be times when it's quite poor too.
We'll be able to get the Dreadhorde Arcanist here. Seasoned Pyromancer is free and clear. There's a second copy of Dreadhorde Arcanist. Temple Gardens, draw no Coco yet for Christian Houck.
I got bad news. I got bad news, Houck fans.
It's not looking hot.
I got bad news. Kai is ahead with a lot to do with his mana. Another Arcanist. He's got a Den of the Bugbear. There's a Pyromancer in the graveyard. He's got no shortage of things to do. Again, if you're rooting for Houck, he's got to peel off like running Cocos right now.
Yeah.
And they got to be really good.
Send energy off.
That's
and
not bad.
Skyclave Apparition off the top. That's all right. That does prevent the Dreadhorde Arcanist from swinging. Giant Killer would do the same thing. So who do you target here? Seasoned Pyromancer that gets you value later. Or is it the Arcanist?
I think I like the Arcanist. Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Hey,
I
give
like
me a taste.
I like it.
Give me a little taste.
Just a little love tap.
Yeah.
Boop. And for 2, down to 17 goes Kai, another Den of the Bugbear. Got plenty of those now.
Yeah, one of the things that's nice about this Rakdos deck, creature lands. Not every deck in the format gets to play them, but this deck does, and it plays them quite well. And Den of the Bugbear may be the best of the bunch.
Yeah, 2 bodies. Pretty decently statted land as well. Can block for you. Seasoned Pyromancer from the graveyard will be exiled, creating 2 more elementals. Esper Sentinel.
You're a little late.
Yeah, you kind of missed your call time, bud.
I'm already torn. That card, not so much on turn 8.
Oh, you just gave our ages away because I understood that reference.
Natalie and Bruglia, baby!
Oh, yeah. Ooh, Flame Blast Bolt's kind of nifty. Can kill the Skyclave Apparition, get a 2/2, or kill the Esper Sentinel. The text isn't really that relevant right now, though, with all this mana up.
Yeah. It's just a tough road to hoe right now if you're out. Again, it's got to start with collected companies, plural. I hate to say, but I think that's really the best way back into it. It's just kind of running companies.
All right, Houck, if you have a 1 time left in reserve, now's a good time to use it. Let's see. Giant Killer on the end step, gonna tap down the Seasoned Pyromancer, allow his creatures to get a swinging. It's a Tali's Lieutenant. That's not too shabby.
You could do worse. You can make these creatures a little bit bigger, the Sentinel and the Giant Killer, not the Apparition, of course. Apparition's an honorary human.
Yeah. It looks human. It was human at one point, right?
It's true.
I guess. It's just haunting people and turning them into little things.
Kai kind of taking it. I don't know if I want to say conservative. I mean, you activate Den of the Bugbear, it just gets tapped out by Giant Killers. You're not really doing much there, potentially, I guess.
But the approach Christian's taken so far has been to swing with this killer, so I'm interested if it'll sit back now.
Yeah. I guess you can go attacks. Kai can declare attack step, Pyromancer gets tapped, and then Bugbear gets activated, or maybe just it's fine, because if Bugbear into a 3/4 now is no good, so.
Flame Blast Bolts on the end step here for Kai. Where does he want to send it? Guessing it's going to be the Sentinel, but no, we're going to go for the Skyclave Apparition. Can pay the 2. And a 2/2 joins the battlefield of Kai.
Still find Kai to be slightly ahead here. Better draw steps on average. That's a whiff.
Yuck.
Okay. We might just be even up. It doesn't take much for Houck to get back into this. That Plains doesn't help.
It's quite keen to just keep dropping lands here.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a magic card.
Yeah. Let's start open some snoots here. This Croxa, Titan of Death's Hunger, gonna come on down and do 3. Can he escape it? Yeah, it's got enough
Yeah.
of win.
So yeah, you can do this. Houck's gonna take 6, right? Both triggers. But you do have it. You do have it on lock in quotes, thanks to Giant Killer tapping it.
Yeah.
So there is that.
Christian Houck still holding steady here, just biding his time until he can find that collected company.
We're gonna go back slight advantage to Kai.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, green card.
Come on, green card.
Come on, green card.
Ah. It's
All right,
another
well,
thing in the way. It's okay.
Gross Lieutenant, Gross presumably Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Try to
Giant
get
Killer
some
has
value off of
Croxa.
that.
Okay, brick.
What are these?
All right, I'm loving this. I'm loving this actually, because now I'm just toggling the advantage bar. I had slight advantage Kai. I'm bringing us back to even now.
Okay.
I'm just toggling it. It's every draw step.
It's quite ludicrous. Because this happened in the first game as well, I think. Kai just drew 2 hand disruption spells, and yeah, Christian was kind of hellbent, so not the draws he's looking for.
Now, if Kai finds a planeswalker, we're probably done.
Yeah.
Chandra Soren.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're getting frisky. Yes.
Nice.
Okay,
I like it.
Okay.
Swing time?
Are we getting frisky?
Go with all the 2-power at least creatures?
Yeah,
well, they'd bounce off the Sentinel.
Yeah, if you send in Pyromancer, you're doing that. Yeah, you're doing that basically to say, I don't care if it dies because I can make 2 more 1/1s.
Mm-hmm. Because the attack back is not hell of impressive.
No. Esper Sentinel, okay, eat there. Aspirant, nothing. So you take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ugh.
I like this. Dude's going sideways, in for a bunch of damage, down to 4. Goes Houck. These draws have been terrible.
All right, so you play Rip. That shuts off Season Pyromancer.
Mm-hmm.
You probably have to put the counter on. I was thinking Aspirant, not positive. Okay, so Sentinel. Giant Killer is on lock for Croxa. We're done. Are we? Hey, that's humans.
Just name humans.
So that kills Lieutenant and Aspirant. Dude,
and Sentinel.
Draw company 1 time. Never mind.
He could pay the 4, which is vengeance. Going after the humans here.
So if you tap Croxa, Sentinel blocks. I don't think this is over, right? Am I wrong?
Sentinel dies. It's a human as well, isn't it?
No, it's it's a 1/1.
Right.
Yeah. So you tap Croxa. With Giant Killer. These bozos attack. I mean, do you go to 1? Question mark. Probably not.
How do you survive the next attack? You need a
draw company.
Okay.
Well, you actually can't. That's actually not good. So company is actually, this is weird. It's like not good now because you draw company. You can't company plus activate Giant Killer.
Huh.
Pretty sure. Make sure I'm not losing my mind.
Giant Killer's 2 to tap.
Okay, then you can. I was thinking it was 3 for some reason. Okay, so you can. Oh, okay. All right, so.
Yes.
Giant Killer taps Croxa.
Mm-hmm.
That's your 2 mana. You draw company. You have to. So it's basically I have to draw company. Come on. No! Gosh. Why doesn't he ever draw company? Why?
Come on. Where is this card?
Why doesn't he ever draw company?
That's so frustrating. I feel for you, Christian. That is just super, super unlucky. Feed the Swarm is the draw. Not gonna matter though. Den of the Bugbear is gonna pop on up. Croxa is gonna get tapped down most likely, and we are gonna see Kai Buddha pick up the win here against Christian Houck.
I
Oh,
really
man,
liked
that's
I really
brutal.
liked his play of going to 1. Because if he draws company there and hits appropriately, he can like come all the way back. Or at least get close to coming all the way back, but never ever drew company.
Super unfortunate. The two Germans, though, do tie up their records both at 8-2 now, so very, very respectable. Looking for that magic 12 wins to lock up your spot in the top 8. Any final thoughts on that matchup there? You said Kai was going to win, and he did.
I do think it's favorable for the Rakdos Arcanist deck. It was a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be, but it actually ended up being a really fun and back and forth third and final game, which I'm actually quite thankful for. But at the end of the day, I do think it's a really tough matchup for Houck and Selesnya Humans. So kudos to Kai. Another W. First of, not first, but one of many.
Another one of many, 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 many W's.
Yes.
We're going to have plenty more W's after this, friends. When we return, we'll have Levy versus Riku Kumagai. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage of the Innistrad Championship. Cedric, I'm very excited for this next matchup. It features Golgari food, and I'm not sure if you know why I'm so excited.
It features Golgari food, and you're holding your cat. Is your cat aware of what a witch's oven is?
Yes, maybe I shouldn't have the cat, but yeah, we're gonna see a bunch of Cauldron familiar shenanigans here. Golgari food versus Mono Red Madness. We've seen Levy in action with this deck. We haven't seen, personally, Golgari food in action, so I am very, very, very excited. This little Ravenous Squirrel is such a cool addition. I love Meat Hook Massacre, that it's a 2-mana spell that Lurrus can get back. I'm jazzed for this. I don't know if you can tell.
I'm here for it as well. I really hope your cat's okay with everything that's taking place. Okay, good. This Calgary food deck was one of the decks to kind of look out for coming to this event. It's pretty unique. We've seen various food strategies, most notably Jun Food and Jun Company and Mayhem Devil, but this deck apparently doesn't need it, which is pretty interesting to me.
It's a lot more streamlined in its mana base at least. And I do love that, you can just play Meathook Massacre. You don't really need it to kill anything. It just can be on the battlefield. And if stuff dies as you're sacrificing things, your opponent's losing life. So it's kind of like Mayhem Devil Light, if we can call it that.
We can, and we will. And we just did.
Things are getting underway here. We got a Gilded Goose down in the battlefield. Gonna make some food tokens there. Bomat Courier won't be able to get through, but can get an extra card off the top of the library here.
Yeah, this Bomat Courier can kind of go. This thing can kind of go ham. Like there are 2 Root Wallas and a Fiery Temper to discard for Madness, and you prefer to have Mana Gorger Phoenix in the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean,
so
let's just do it.
So.
Babumba. Seems good. Oh, you want to, Raph.
And you can kill the Gilded Goose?
Yeah, that's so cool. Just everything.
All in.
Let's
Mostly
go.
in. Mostly in.
This is what this deck wants to do. We haven't gotten to see it do its thing just yet. I was like, oh man, a Faithless Looting would be great. No, you have the Bomat Courier to do that for you, so.
Advantage bar Wrath all the way to the top. All the way to the top after that. After this turn? You kidding?
Yeah, that was pretty darn fiery indeed. And Den of the Bugbear and Mountain, not what you really want to see. Den of the Bugbear is nice, but need to find some more action here for Raph Levy.
That's it. So that turn's sweet, and you can pump up the Brazen Root Wallas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think it's really important for Raph. Though I really did like that turn. We need a spell next turn.
Yeah. Definitely want to keep pushing the advantage here. Keep control of this battlefield as Cat and Oven might be making an appearance. Or are we going to go for the Shambling Ghost to start things off here? It's going to be the Cauldron Familiar. That'll get in the way, and we'll start this little cycle.
Hey!
Ooh, Seasoned Pyromancer, heck yeah. That's a goodie.
I think that's good.
It's gonna join the board. Oh wow, yeah, that also gets the Mana Gorger Phoenix out. Oh,
now we're cooking.
Grips.
Now we're cooking.
Now we're cooking with gas. So no attack there. Blazing Root Wall is just gonna hang back. We're gonna see the cat sack and come back when Rikugai so chooses. Are we gonna see? Nah, it's too early for a Meathook.
Yeah, I think there's still seems like there's some more setup required here. Might be Ravenous Squirrel time.
There's Ravenous Squirrel. There's the Fatal Push, which can take care of the Pyromancer or the Mana Gorger Phoenix.
This is getting a little ugly. Getting a little ugly from on a red side.
Yep.
Gonna sneakily move the advantage bar.
Good call.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah.
But Cedric, there are birds. Look at them.
I see.
They're glorious. They're going to be dead soon, but you know. On Raph's side of things, Den of the Bugbear, Unholy Heat is active, so can kill that squirrel when it gets big and chunky. And also the Dragon's Rage Channeler, so do some surveilling there.
Beatdowns? Yeah, the most clear cut of them.
Just a bop.
Yep.
Pyromancer and the Root Wallers look like they're going to be hanging back. Oh,
Ooh.
no. Yeah, getting frisky, as you like to say.
Does that get us anywhere?
Not
With this Pyromancer? It's just what? It's just a
maybe just
clean
wants
I guess. Just pretty clean block with the Familiar, I presume.
Mm-hmm. Cauldron Familiar in the way once again, and we'll see the same process repeated, where the Witch's Oven can sacrifice it, make a food token, and it'll come back again. Oh, it's so cool. I really
This
like
deck is pretty.
squirrel.
This deck is rad. I mean, Rad the Squirrel is a super cool card from
Yeah.
Modern Horizons 2. But when this deck has its engine online, it's extremely hard for an opposing creature deck to beat.
Yeah. It just churns through its deck so much easier, typically, you know, with like Trail Crumbs. Dragon's Rage Chandler is going to hit the battlefield here. And when is this Fatal Push going to get fired off? That's what I want to know. Unholy Heat. Iron out that squirrel.
Yeah, so if you heat up the squirrel, it's going to be... It does have Delirium. What?
You said heat
What?
up the squirrel.
What? What did I do wrong?
You did nothing wrong. It was just funny.
Looks like looting's going to go in the graveyard from the DRC. Yeah. And now the squirrel's going to be roasty toasty. All right.
Roasted chestnuts.
That's right. On an open flame.
Anyway, we're professionals, I promise. There's a Soul Guide Lantern. That's not too terrible.
It's actually pretty good in this matchup. This deck does
Yeah.
use its graveyard.
I can get rid of Faithless Looting and essentially put Raph in top deck mode.
Looting, it has looting, Pyromancer, Phoenix, some other stuff. So
Yeah.
there are some targets for Soul Guide Lantern. It's just kind of a good card to have in the main deck of this event. Because there's plenty of decks that use the graveyard.
Sure. Soul Guide Lantern is going to be the play here for Riku Kuma guy. I'm going to exile a card. It's going to go after Faithless Looting. So bye-bye for now.
Yep.
And now we're going to draw a card here. Just to try and find land number 4. There's a Deadly Dispute. And fire that off on the Shambling Ghost. Oh, no, excuse me. Those aren't treasures. Those are foods.
Smashing. Well, smashing is fine insofar as kind of plays both roles. Land's not the worst spot to be in.
Yeah, an
wanna
extra
go
land
that
would
route?
get the den up.
Yep.
I think with this kind of deck, you really need to go wide, or against this kind of deck.
Yeah,
Because there's always this-
against what Kuma guy's doing, yeah.
There's always this one little irritating thing on the battlefield. Now, Shambling Ghost is usually a 2-for-1, right? You can either make a treasure token off of it, it's a blocker, otherwise you use its //- ability to get rid of one of these Blazing Root Wallers, so... Let's see where we go. Nice. I like it. Get shovey. Here comes the Den of the Bugbear. Likely to see the Fatal Push now.
Yep.
Getting rid of that before it can create the 1/1.
You could use this
Yeah,
and activate
that's
Blazing
cool.
Root Wall, sure.
What's that? 3, 6, 9, 12 damage? It's a respectable chunk. Kitty Cat's gonna come on back. Jump in the way of one of these creatures. And we'll be able to chain this together one more time. One thing that's super powerful about this deck is that it just gains so much incidental life with this cat oven combo, being able to sacrifice the food every time the cat enters, it's gaining you another life. So even with these beatdowns that Levy is delivering, it's still just hanging out. Meathook Massacre is going to come on down, wipe up this battlefield, and now Raph is in top deck mode. All that life gained from all those creatures dying. Ramanap Runes, not too shabby. Seasoned Pyromancer can be utilized here to get the 2 1/1s onto the battlefield. Let's see where we go. Cat, back on the battlefield. And the turn is going to be shipped back to Riku once he's done with his rotation. So, all the while, this cat is dealing damage to Levy, so down to 12. We'll be looking for something to accelerate this life loss here for Levy. Let's see if we can find it. There is a land, and there is also the concession from Levy. He sees the writing on the wall. He knows that the Seasoned Pyromancer won't be enough at this point, and Riku Kumagai is able to lock the French Hall of Famer out of game number 1. So we're going to go to sideboards here and take a look at what tools are available to both these players against each other in this matchup. Let's see if Raf can find some more ways to deal with the pesky nonsense that that Rikukumagai has brought to the party here today. See a couple of extra removal spells coming in, extra destroy permanent spells from Rikukumagai. Mortality Spear being brought in. Trimming a couple of Pillar Flames from Raf Levy's side of things. Now, it does appear as if Cedric has been locked in an oven somewhere, and we will return him shortly. Preferably not as a food token, because I'm not sure how good those are at verbalizing things. But it's a pretty tough matchup here for Raf. As we mentioned in the previous round where we saw him, his deck doesn't exactly put on all that much pressure. So he's going to have to try and close out this game as quick as he possibly can, because all this incidental life gain from Rikukumagai is certainly helping his winning ways. Lots of changes being made here for both these players. While we finish up the sideboarding, just want to say a big thank you to everyone for hanging out with us today, watching as we try and find our top 8 for tomorrow's action. Rikukumagai and Raf Levy both at 7-2. If a player gets to 12 wins, they are good to go for the top 8. And it's a pretty darn good top 8 as well, because as soon as you win a game in the top 8, you lock yourself in for the next World Championship. So plenty to play for here, as well as $450,000 in prizes. So big, big money up for grabs. All right, let's jump into game number 2 here. Take a look at our opening hands. This is quite a nice one here for Raf Levy. Has that Bomat Courier, has the Dragon's Rage Channeler, and has 2 spells to discard for Madness in Fiery Temper. Also has the Rampaging Ferocidon, which can prevent the life gain from an annoying little interaction like what Rikukumagai is playing, and will also deal a damage every time the creature enters the battlefield. So every time there's a Cat Oven combo loop, that guy's going to do a couple pings to the face. Dragon's Rage Channeler hits the battlefield alongside the Bomat Courier. Just have the little 0/1 plant token there off of Kalini Garden. A pretty nice hand too. We see 2 copies of Trail of Crumbs, so that'll be able to help Rikukumagai dig deeper into his library. Even though he didn't really need it in the first round or the first game, he certainly would like to accelerate what he's doing. Let's see where he goes to here. Does have the Ravenous Squirrel, does have the Oven. No cat just yet. Also has the Gilded Goose. The Gilded Goose Trail of Crumbs combo has been known to be a very, very powerful one. So Phyrexian Tower is going to sacrifice the little plant, and we're going to have 3 mana available here to get out the Meathook Massacre. Nice. Okay, will this get a response from the Bomat Courier? Is it worth discarding all these cards in hand? I've got to say, in the first game it was a lot more tempting to do so with the Madness cards that were available to Raf, but discarding Ferocidon and Chandra, I'm not sure if he's too tempted about that. It's a big thing here, and it looks like we're going to go for the sacrifice, so unfortunately won't be able to play the Madness spells. No mana available. But we'll get a bunch of cards in the bin there for the Dragon's Rage Channeler. So now we have a 3/3 on the battlefield. That keeps it alive, importantly. And Bomat Courier drawn at the top of the library. It's like, you can't keep me down, and it's going to keep on swinging. So in for 4 goes Raf Levy, trying to get this game over and done with as quick as possible. Rikukumagai with the Witch's Oven. That's going to hit the battlefield, and a Gilded Goose to follow up. generate a food token. We'll do a decent job of blocking the Bomat Courier for the time being. And now we're going to see the Ravenous Squirrel hit the battlefield too. So as the turn comes back, Raf would have loved to find something like a Faithless Looting, but unfortunately it's just going to be another land. Bomat Courier is going to swing on in. If it's blocked by the squirrel, we will likely see it sacrificed to get those 2 cards out from under it and hope that there's something useful. Now the squirrel can be saved by sacrificing the goose if he decides that it's worthwhile. Squirrel goes down, a couple of extra life, and no sacrifice of the Bomat Courier there, so happy to do that trade. Trail of Crumbs hits the battlefield, and now we're going to see Gilded Goose do this fun little thing where it sacrifices a food token, generates the mana, and is able to use that mana to pay for Trail of Crumbs. Look at permanents on top of the library and put 1 to hand. So let's have a look, see what Kuma guy is working with here and what's going to join his hand. So one of the creature lands and Gilded Goose. Number 2 hits the battlefield, however the Eye Tyrant also down for Kuma guy. He's looking very, very good at this stage. Fiery Temper is the draw. It's not the worst, but would love to find something a little bit more useful. Dragon's Rage Chandler has to attack, so we'll swing in here, and one of these geese are going to hop in the way. See the sacrifice, a Meathook Massacre trigger, an additional life lost for Raf, and Fiery Temper can take care of the goose or just send it upstairs. I'll be interested to see where he goes with this. It's going to go to goose number 2 to prevent that little engine of Gilded Goose and Trail of Crumbs. And there's another Dragon's Rage channel off the top of the library, so happy to have that there. Oh, another Meathook Massacre. This one as it stands can't kill this Dragon's Rage Chandler, so likely when we see that play, Deadly Dispute will sacrifice a food token. That will also trigger Trail of Crumbs. We'll see it paid for there. Do we find another land? Nope, it's another Meathook Massacre. But there's another land, and there is a cat. So now things are looking super bad here for the Frenchman. He does not like this cat, doesn't want it crossing his path at all. And he's going to scoop it up there and give the victory to Kuma guy. Cedric unfortunately had a couple of technical issues, but I'm pretty sure whatever he would say now would be very, very, very intelligent. So I'll have to ask him about it later and tell you all about it. We're going to go to the desk after this break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly, right after this.
Tonight, and when you're dreaming, you will be
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of the Innistrad Championship here on day 2 of competition as we work our way towards our top 8. Tomorrow, of course, we'll crown a champion and send 6 people to the World Championships. So this is a huge, huge tournament, even bigger than it would normally be. Let's take a look at our leaderboard here after 10 rounds of play, the Innistrad Championship. 2 players lead the pack, Tim Mcsavony at 9-1 and Yuki Ichikawa at 9-1 as well. Christian Houck was our undefeated player coming in overnight, has dropped to 8-2, but still nothing to sneeze at there with an 8-2 record. I want to let you know that 12 is the magic number. That locks you up for sure into our top 8. And take a look at number 16 down there, Yuta Takahashi, your reigning world champion. What a crazy top 8 we've got on the line for you as we work our way towards it. Last round, Kai Buddha, one of the most decorated players in the history of the game of Magic the Gathering, won. Here he is doing great again this year. 8-2 for Kai Buddha. Talk to Corey all about his big win.
All right, I am here with Kai Buddha, the German juggernaut himself, after that win over Christian Houck to put himself at 8-2. Kai, how you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, I don't think the matchup is great. And I mean, Christian beat me badly in game 1. And yeah, I mean, game 2, I was ready to sign the slip 0-2, and then somehow the stars aligned, and yeah, I won the match. So that always feels nice.
And by stars align, you mean Christian Houck never drew a third land, right?
Yes. So basically what happened is that I mulliganed into a bad hand. Like, all my opening hands were like a combination of my comes into play tapped land, and I had to mulligan them, and I drew the same garbage again.
Yeah.
And then I sword seized him, and his hand was like a 2-drop, and then 2 Adeline, 2 Ranger, and another 3-drop. And like looking at my hand, I could basically say, if he draws a third land within the next 2 turns or something, I just can't beat these cards anyway. Like he already had like a Salia in play or something.
Rough.
Adeline is rough, Ranger is rough because you get more Sentinels, and there was already mana stuck. So like you could basically see that I couldn't beat these cards if he draws a third land. So my only real chance was to take one of his 2-drops and then just hope that he doesn't draw a third land, and that's exactly what happened. Like I'm not sure he.
I mean, yeah.
Like I'm not sure he actually drew a third land for the entire game. So. Yeah, exactly. I mean, my outs were only 10% or something, but I mean that's what I had to do, and somehow the 10% happened. So yeah, here we are.
So one last quick question is: the testing team has kind of been saying this is a bad matchup, but you and Huey just gave Christian Houck the old 1-2 punch. Do you think it's getting a little bit better?
I mean, it's historic, right? Like. There's no 20% matchups or something. Like I think it's like somewhere in the 35% to 40% range. And I mean, you can always win. I do have 2 Witch's Vengeance, which are really good. But I think Houck's version is also good against us. So I don't know. Like I'm unhappy to play against it, but you can always win. I mean.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, hey Kai, thank you so much for chatting with me. Congrats on being 8-2, and back to you.
Thanks so much, Corey. Kai there giving a whole new look to the word kitchen table gamer gaming in the Innistrad Championship from his kitchen. You'll love to see it. Kai Buddha sitting at 8-2. It's deck tech time now. We've got Combo King Matt Nass here for you, talking about Dragonstorm in Historic. If you like combo decks, take a listen.
Hello and welcome to a Deck Tech with Matt Nass. Matt and his team have brought a pretty sweet Dragonstorm combo deck. Let's jump right into this because there's a lot to cover for this deck. So the first cards we're going to be focusing on are your main combo pieces. So there's 5 of them here. Mizzix's Mastery, Emergent Ultimatum, Dragonstorm being the main ones. Talk to me. How do these cards work? What's the combo here?
So yeah, that is the main piece there. You want to cast Mizzix's Mastery on either Dragonstorm or Emergent Ultimatum in your graveyard. And the nice part about it is all roads lead to Dragonstorm, because if you Mizzix an Emergent Ultimatum, the pile you're going to get 90+% of the time is Omniscience, Solve the Equation, and Dragonstorm. They can give you a Dragonstorm. If they don't, that means that they're giving you Solve and Omniscience. Then you cast a Solve, get a Dragonstorm, cast it for free, and you're still off to the races. So one way or another, you're going to be Dragonstorming.
That's awesome. And Solve the Equation really pulling double duty here as a combo piece and a tutor, correct?
Yeah, it's a card that I'd probably play in the deck, even if it wasn't part of the Emergent Ultimatum pile. I would just want to have a 3-mana tutor for Mizzix. Only 4 copies of a card that you just need to find every game just isn't enough. And so, yeah, it's kind of a slam dunk.
All right, so we're talking about Dragonstorm. That's the big payoff. That's what we're trying to get to. But what are the dragons? Let's take a look at those because there's only 2 of them. Bladewing the Risen, Terror of the Peaks. What's the combo here, Matt?
Yep, so in standard Dragonstorm, we saw Dragonstorm getting, 4 Bogarden Hellkite stealing 20. This is actually a tighter combo. You only need to get 3 total dragons, and it's an infinite damage combo. You get Terror of the Peaks, and then 2 Bladewing the Risens. They legend rule, and because they